Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the opening day of 3 days of competition at the IBSA World Games here in Birmingham, Great Britain. My name is Esther Stam, and I'm excited to be your commentator for the next 3 days. So during the next 3 days, Birmingham will be the host of the individual as well as the team competition here in the World Championships. And today is the first day of individual competition. We have 4 weight categories and 2 different vision level categories. So for the women, we have the under 48 and men under 60 and 73 kilogram category. And there we have 2 eye classification categories. J1, where the athletes are blind and almost blind, and J2, where the athletes are partially sighted. And for the under 57 kilogram, for women, we have the J2 category. So we have the J1 category tomorrow for them. So today is really the biggest event of the year in this 3 days. Winning here today will not only get you the world title, but it will also get you really high on the world ranking list. So the 8 highest ranked athletes are separated on the contest sheet, which means you may avoid some really tough opponents in the opening contest. So it really gives you a better draw. And besides that, of course, the points earned here are really important in qualifying for the Paralympic Games in Paris next year. So if you want to learn more about para-judo, you can take a look at ipsajudo.sport or igf.org. And if you want to learn more about these IBSA World Games and what sports we are hosting, you can take a look at the website ipsasport.org. So I will explain you a little bit more about para-judo today, but most importantly for now is that the competition will take place on 3 mats today. So I will be mostly commentating on mat number 2, where we have the women under 48 kilogram and the men under 60 kilogram J1. So on mat 1 you can find, and mat 3 you can find some other categories. If you want to switch to one of those mats, you can easily go by clicking on that channel. And if there's some really exciting going on, I'm trying to show you that as well. So during the next days, I will give you some information about the qualification process for the Paralympic Games of Paris 2024. But I'm hoping you just enjoy some action here today as well. We have 236 athletes here present from 42 countries, which is quite a big amount of athletes here. So there will be long days for these athletes. And for sure there will be some tension in the opening contests of today. The biggest categories here, we will see them today and tomorrow actually, because the J2 under 73 kilogram has 24 athletes, which is always one of the strongest categories. And we have the under 57 kilogram J1 for women, which is the biggest women female category. So we're going to start on mat number 1 or mat number 2 in just a few minutes. And it's going to be an opening contest between Armindo Rodrigues of France and Diverson de Souza of Brazil. And it's already quite a tight contest, I think, between these two. Yeah. So the J1 under 60 kilogram category we will start with today, and it's a really packed category as well with 17 athletes, and some of them had a really good practice around 2 weeks ago in the European Para Championships in Rotterdam. And the number 1 seeder today is Miguel Vieira of Portugal. He became a European champion just a while ago. And we will see the silver medalist coming onto the mat soon, Armindo Rodrigues of France. And we have some other good athletes here in the mix. Let's say the most important one is Seyem Banitaba Korum Abadi of Iran. He's the current world champion, and he will be trying to defend his title here today. And another one I think we can take a look at today will be Kapil Parmar of India. He's I think the number 4 seed here today in this category, and he's a really great athlete. Picked up some good medals already, and one of the first ones of the Indian squad to pick up medals in this circuit. So we're about to get underway with this fight here in the first contest of the under 60 kilogram category. Armindo Rodriguez of France, you see him in a white judogi here, and he's facing Diverson de Souza in blue of Brazil. And it's a strong start for Rodriguez here. So de Souza really trying to work on the ground against Rodriguez. And if there's no progress on the ground, so the referee will allow the athletes to work on the ground judo as well, the newaza. But as soon as there's no progress in that anymore, the referee will stop the contest and bring them to the middle of the mat, which is happening right here. So the referee is making sure that both athletes have their kumikata, their classic grip again, before they can start the contest. And again, it's Rodriguez that comes in with a good technique, but it gives de Souza some chances on newaza, and he's now getting really close to a hold down. So para judo is, it's I think quite similar as sighted judo. The only big difference is that they will have to get their kumikata, their grip, before they start the contest. So the referee will take them to the middle, and they have to both grab each other, one hand on the lapel, the other on the sleeve. And as soon as that's the arms are bent, they're right upwards, standing quite straight. Then the referee will start the contest. Really nice movement, left Uchimata movement coming from de Souza. So that's bringing him to a Wazari lead on the board against Rodriguez. And actually this is a really Now trying to work on the ground again. It's really exciting here the next few days to see these athletes. Sorry about the technical difficulties, but happy to be back. We still have 30 seconds left on the clock during this contest. It's De Souza that's still leading with a Wazari score here. And Rodriguez trying to do everything to get that score back on the board. And the time is really ticking away now. He's chasing his opponent, but 20 seconds is not a lot of time to still bring the contest in his favor. And as I said before, it's a really important contest, these two, because the next round they are facing one of the top favorites, Miguel Veria. And again, good attack coming from Rodriguez, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough for the win. Trying to strangle his opponent here on Newaza, but I think I just heard the bell. And he's unfortunately losing his first contest here, but De Souza picks up a really important win. So nice to see good sportsmanship during this opening round. And that actually was the only contest in this first round. The other ones, the other athletes all have a bye. So the second round is coming up, but not before we see some women athletes on the mat. And we're going to see the under 48 kilogram category for J2 athletes for women. And this really is an interesting category. And actually the top half of this contest sheet is filled completely. We have the number 1 seed Akmaral Nawadbek, who is the current world champion. But here on the mat now is Shahana Hajijeva, the current Paralympic champion. And she of Azerbaijan, and she's facing Kokila of India. So these two might have a possible quarter-final here today. And then we still have Sandrine Aurieres Martinet of France. She's the silver medalist of the last Paralympic Games and World Championships, but she's also a former Paralympic Games winner. So it's going to be really crowded here. And let's not forget about Li Lijing of China. She's also in the mix. Here at first Wazari scored, right-sided Seonage coming from Hajijeva. She's really going and starting strong. So I do really think that this side of the contest sheet is really the strongest side. We have 14 athletes in total. Number 2 seed Carmen Brusik sees chances here today, I guess. She has a bye in the first round, so she won't start before the quarterfinals. And then we have some other good athletes like Julia Ivanitska in here of Ukraine. And Fujiwara Jui of Japan. So we do have strong athletes on the other side. But the Paralympic champion and the world champion are on this side. So Kokila is part of quite a big Indian team here. And they're really improving each competition, but I think this is a little bit too much for her against the Paralympic champion Hadjijeva. Just scoring a second Wasari here. So enough for an easy win, let's say, in this round. But I'm really curious for this quarterfinal between Akmaral Noatbek and Shahana Hadjijeva in the next one. So Kokila still has a chance of a rapid charge, but in that case Shahana Hadjijeva would need to win the next round against top favorite Akmaral Nawadbek. So there really is a risk of finishing after this fight for Kokila. So in this contest we have former Paralympic champion Sandrine Aurieres Martinet of France, and she is facing Isabelle Thal of Germany. So both were not present at the European Championships 2 weeks ago. There was there were really strong championships, but you saw that some athletes, they preferred to prepare for these World Championships, which is really the biggest event of the year. There's most points can be earned for the world ranking list and for qualification for the Paralympic Games in Paris next year. So a careful start for these athletes. And Aurieres is one of the more experienced athletes on the scene here. She's been around for a long time, picked up so many medals already. She took a break, I think, after the Paralympic Games of Tokyo. But she's back for a while now. But you see that also sometimes in the judo, the more experienced athlete, they take a little bit longer to prepare for an attack. But once they have a good attack in, it will be for sure a strong and good one. So first attack just outside the mat area for Aurieres. So the athletes both have to grab the classic kumikata, as you see here. And again, it's a left against right stand. So Aurieres is a left-handed and Thal is right-handed. I think Martinet looks controlling with her kumikata here. Thal now just picked up Shido for wandering off the mat area. And although they cannot always see where the mat area finishes, the referee will always stand in the middle and give a sign and shout where the middle is. So they are realizing where the edge of the mat is. So Aurieres Martinet still looks quite controlling here. And she's doing that mostly with her grips, so no big attacks yet, but Thal already on a Shido. And Thal here is picking up a second Shido for wandering off the mat area. And the problem for her now is that you can only pick up 2 penalties, because the third penalty will make you lose the contest. So it's really important that she doesn't make that mistake again. also it's quite difficult because you cannot really make any other mistakes anymore. But this is a really nice left attack coming from Orieres. First score on the board for her. It was Ari's score. So things look good for Orieres Martinet. So normally the referee will just let them grab their kumikata, but in some cases they are really not working well for each other, and this is a really nice second score from Martinet, straight in after the hajime, after the start of the contest again. Left-sided O Uchigare, and good second score for Orieres Martinet. So no surprises yet in this weight category here today. Let's see what the next contest will bring. So the next athletes are on the mat. Li Lijing of China, People's Republic of China, in white judo gi here, and she will be facing Lobar Kuramova of Uzbekistan in blue. So right-sided technique, but almost taken over by Kuramova in the beginning of this contest. Ooh, and now Li Lijing is on the arm, and if she can get Kuramova to tap out, she will win the contest. That looked really dangerous for Kuramova here. So Li Lijing is also, and she's been around for a long time. She was a Paralympic champion in 2016 in Rio de Janeiro, and she already was a world champion in 2014. But she took some breaks after that, or in between, and but she became a 7th place finisher for the Paralympic Games of Tokyo, and for sure she will try to do better in the next Paralympic Games. And the People's Republic of China, they don't go to all of the competitions, but always when they're there, they have really strong athletes. But you always also see some athletes that are not so known yet in the circuit, so they can be quite surprising. Not the case here for Li Lijing. We are all familiar with her. So really nice left-sided technique coming from Kuramova, and that is a surprise there, holding down her opponent here. And if she can hold on for the next 10 seconds, she will score a second Rosari. So a hold down normally will take 20 seconds to score an ippon, but only 10 seconds in case you already have a Rosari. And that's a really good win for Kuramova here. So Kudamova not really unknown for these ladies. She picked up some good medals in Grand Prix, but never picked up a World Championships medal. So I think we could say that is the first surprise there, with Li Lijing out now. She still have a chance of a repecharge in case Kudamova can beat Orieres Martinet in the next round, which is gonna be really tough. But the lineup for this category is crazy, with Nawatbek against Hadjijeva and Orieres against Kudamova. And here we have the bottom half of the contest sheet. In white judogi here it's Kahit Eke of Turkey, and she will be facing Julia Pereira of Brazil in blue. So during these World Championships, I'm also quite excited to see some new athletes rising and picking up good medals. And I'm really curious to see if there's going to be big surprises there, or if the top favorites really are going to win the world titles. So right-sided attack from Pereira here. But good work from Eke on the ground, trying to strangle her opponent here, trying to force her to tap out. So I think it's not only one of the most important competitions, you can see that also in the number of athletes here. I think this is the busiest tournament of the year, with 42 countries being present, all taking teams, and 238 athletes in total here. Eke now scores her first rosary during this contest, and doing a good job in trying to hold down her opponent. The only thing she needs to do here is control that top half of the body of Pereira, because most of the time you see the athletes, well, basically freeing up that leg. If she can free up the leg, it's a hold down, but in that case you need to keep controlling the top half. And here you see what happens most of the time. So they lose their grip on the top half, and then the opponent can escape the hold down. So although this is an IBSA competition, it's from the International Blind Sports Association, you will see referees from the International Judo Federation. So the IJF is one of the biggest sponsors of IBSA Judo, of, let's say, para judo, and the referees here are all active in the IJF World Tour. And also there are staff here that's normally also active in the International Judo Federation. And it's part of a bigger collaboration of the two sports federations. So the International Judo Federation is supporting VI Judo already for years. And it really shows, I think, in how well it's organized. It's great for the athletes also to experience the same level of quality in their events. And this is already for years now. So you see that the level of judo really went up. The experience is a lot better. And you see, you see great judo. So both athletes here take their time to get a good kumikata grip. So Eike again is trying to strangle her opponent, and she's looking like she's succeeding better here. And I think just Pereira is saved by the bell here. The referee didn't see enough progress in this groundwork, so stopped the contest. And bringing them back to the center of the mat. So Eike looking strong in this opening contest, now taking over Pereira and scoring a second Rosari score. And she will have chances against the number 2 seed, Carmen Brusik of Swiss, in the next round. So those top seeds, they gained all their points in the previous tournaments and competitions. So that means Carmen Brusik picked up almost most points of all the athletes. She's the number 2 here, number 2 seeded. That means she's almost the highest on the world ranking list. And but it can also mean, for example, Hadjijeva here is not ranked, but she is the Paralympic champion. So it doesn't say everything here. So on to the mat now. Yulia Ivanitska of Ukraine in white judogi, and she's facing Asma Ibrahimova of Azerbaijan in blue. And a really quick start for Ivanitska, already a Rosari on the board. She is one of the stronger athletes. I think she's a bronze medalist for the last World Championship, so for sure she wants to pick up a medal here today. And probably she's gonna try to change that color. So she picked up a silver medal during the European Championships 2 weeks ago, and she lost out to Shahana Hadjijeva there. Now trying to work on the arm. And if she can manage to break that arm and stretch out it and make her opponent tap out, then she will win the contest. And she can also change to a hold down, and that's exactly what she's doing then here. And she needs to hold down for 10 seconds to score a second Rosari. But really nicely changed. So she couldn't hold that hold down, and then she changed to an arm lock again and forced her opponent to tap out here. So that's a really strong start for Yulia Ivanitska, and it can give her some confidence for the next few contests. We still have one more contest to bring to you in this category before we continue for the under 48 kilogram category for women, for J1 athletes. So that means the blind and almost completely blind, while this category we have now is for the partially sighted athletes. So for this last contest we have Fujiwara Jui of Japan, and she is facing Liu Ji of China, of the People's Republic of China. It's Fujiwara in white judogi and Liu in blue. So still, I think they are really trying to feel each other's judo. So the first round, you can have you can have some nerves on your way, and you will try to get rid of that by just feeling how the other one moves. Don't make big attacks or taking risks that are too high in this opening seconds here. So after the Paralympic Games of Tokyo a few years ago, they changed the categories. So the categories were split up in I classification categories J1 and J2. And J1 is for the blind and almost completely blind, and J2 is for the partially sighted. And since there's only a few medal spots, the same amount of medals in for the Paralympic Games, they decided to remove some weight categories. So in sighted judo you have the under 48, under 52, under 57, and that moves up, and here they deleted, let's say, the under 52 kilogram category. So that also means that some of the athletes that are coming from the 52 kilogram category, they had to either move down or move up, and you see that happening quite a lot in different weight categories, also for the men. And I think a good example we are going to see soon of Natalia Nikolajczyk. She was a 52 kilogram athlete and decided to move down. And we also saw Arieres Martinet fight in the 52 kilogram category in earlier competitions. And one of the categories for men is the under 73 kilogram category, especially for the J2 athletes. There's a lot of really strong athletes coming from the 66, but also from the 81, and they decided to move to the 73 kilogram category. And I think that's one of the reasons why this category is really one of the strongest of all the men categories, and also the biggest one with 24 athletes present here today. Right away after the Hajime, Liu is trying to throw over Fujiwara, but no success yet. So Fujiwara just picked up her first penalty for being too defensive or too passive. And that can also be a strategy for one of these athletes. I think Liu just keeps attacking, keeps the pace really high, and it makes it really difficult for Fujiwara to come up with a technique. And here you see it's all Liu here. So if she can keep up this pace, it will mean that Fujiwara will look quite passive, and she's in danger of picking up a second penalty here. So it's getting more intense, this contest. I think Fujiwara is starting to feel like she really needs to do something here. It's still almost half the contest time on the clock, so no worries yet for both of these athletes. But they really will try to get a score on the board now quite soon. And you can see that Liu is with that left arm, she's controlling her opponent quite nicely. So Fujiwara is really struggling with that arm of Liu. This time she tried to change directions, Liu, but just not really any preparation for that technique. So not a good technique for Liu. But it is another attack in. So Fujiwara will start to worry a little bit here. But she still cannot really attack well in this contest. So a first attempt again coming from Fujiwara. And you can see that she just doesn't really get in a good technique here. So it was a right shoulder throw, but in order to do that you need to have some response from your opponent, and you need to be able to come completely underneath the body of your opponent. But it looks like she's missing some strength here in these attacks. And it's another attack coming from Liu here. So these athletes are quite evenly matched. It's just that Liu is really pushing the pace. She is looking like the stronger athlete, coming in with more attacks. But this was a good attempt coming from Fujiwara now. She just looks like she starts to fire up here. And Liu again controlling her opponent. Now Fujiwara is picking up a second penalty here for wandering off the mat area. And she cannot afford another mistake in this contest. And it gives some benefit for Liu here. And a right-sided Uchimata, but pushed forward by Liu. And the referees on the side is gonna, well, they're gonna do a check because it might be a head dive, and I thought I saw that too for Fujiwara, and that would mean a Hansuke Make for her. So this is basically to protect all the athletes, so you cannot put your head down first if you come in with a big technique. And that was exactly what was happening right here. So it's a penalty for Fujiwara and Hansuke Make, and that means that Liu is the winner in this contest. So a frustrating loss for Fujiwara here. She tried everything, but I don't think she had enough to come really close to Liu. And I'm really interested to see Liu Ji against Yulia Ivanitska in the next round. So the quarterfinalists are known in this category, and we're gonna continue with the J1 under 48 kilogram category for women. 10 athletes they have in this weight category. And also there are some strong athletes here. And I think the strongest one that I mentioned, let's say not say strongest one of the top favorites, Natalia Nikolajczyk of Ukraine. She's a current world champion, and she's third of the last Paralympic Games, and she did that in the under 52 kilogram category. So here the first athletes are on the mat. Regina Salamatova of Kyrgyzstan. And she will be facing Chen Deron of People's Republic of China. It's Salamatova in white judogi and Chen in blue. Really quick Seonage coming from Chen. That is such a quick work. And now trying to hold on her opponent. And if she can continue this style, she will be really dangerous for her next opponent, Tasin. I don't think Salamatona is going to get out of that. So only 15 seconds needed in this contest. That's a really amazing work from Chen. And she really just made a name for herself, and it's quite frustrating for Salamatova. She might still have a rapid charge contest if Chen wins the next one. But that's really, that impresses me. And I'm looking forward to see her in the next round. We still have one contest coming up in this category. And after that it will be the quarterfinals. But we will first see some men contests. So another top favorite, or the number 1 seed even, is Rosicléide de Andrade of Brazil. She came to the scene quite recently, let's say, after the last Paralympic Games, and she really made a name for herself by winning a few gold medals. She didn't win the last World Championships though as a big favorite. She became a 3rd place, so a bronze medalist. And today she really, I think, is wanting to change that color. So we could see a final here today between Rosicléide de Andrade and Nikolajczyk. They are the number 1 and number 2 seed. So I think they are the top favorites here today. But as you can see, there could be some surprises like Chen Derong. She's one of the, well, I think she's one of the surprises here. And could be one of the surprises for a title. So on the mat now is Rocio Ledesma-Dure in white judogi of Argentina, and she's facing Anna Tabea Müller of Germany in blue. It's nice to see some new German athletes, and you can see that some countries, they weren't present so much before. They had some teams but not big teams, and Germany is quite a big judo nation, so you would expect them to have a good team here. But you see that the numbers of IBSA Judo or VI Judo are slowly increasing. And also some of the nations that haven't had athletes before, like India, they came onto the scene. Germany already had athletes, but yeah, there are some new countries here, and that's always really great to see. And that's compared to the big judo nations in para-judo. You have Brazil always bringing a very big team. You have Kazakhstan, Ukraine. There's a few nations that you will see on each competition. Turkey always brings the top team. So they have the big teams present here today and tomorrow. And of course they will be present also in the team competition, which is going to be really exciting on the 3rd day. Ooh, that's nice. So Ledesma is leading with the Wasabi, but Müller now taking back a score on the board here. So it's really going both ways. So they will both have the one that wins will have a top, one of the really good athletes in the next round as well, Kuzan Kizi. She's a hard one to beat. And here it's a second Wasari score for Ledesma. So both athletes really had chances in this contest. But it's Ledesma-Dure of Argentina that wins this contest. we're gonna go back to the under 60 kilogram category for J1 athletes, and we're gonna see a full round of these athletes to see who will qualify for the quarterfinals here today. And as I said before, there are some people to watch here. It's Miguel Vieira, who's the number 1 seed, and Elielton de Oliveira of Brazil, who is the number 2 seed. But also other athletes like Capil Parmar, even Henry Borges of Uruguay. You have the world champion Banitaba Koram Abadi of Iran. So that should mean for some really good fights in the next few rounds. So the first athletes coming onto the mat here of the under 60 kilogram category, Miguel Vieira of Portugal in the white judo gi here, and Diverson de Souza of Brazil in blue. He just won his first contest against Rodriguez, but Vieira would be one really tough athlete to beat. I was so impressed with him 2 weeks ago in the European Para Championships in Rotterdam. He was really the strongest one in this category. So a lot of moving around here and trying to find some space for a good attack. And again, the Souza's moving around a lot, and his last opponent, Rodriguez, was really struggling with that. But it seems here that Vieira is a little bit stronger than his last opponent, and easily blocking the attacks from the Souza. So another technique coming from the Souza, but not really getting close to his opponent here. And he really needs to try to get some more reaction from his opponent, like by pushing, pulling, and then come up with a technique. Which is, of course, easier said than done. So the Souza is doing really well here actually against the Vieira, and moving around all the time. That makes it really hard to control him. Now coming in with a left-sided technique, and I think Vieira is being a lot more calm in this contest, waiting his chances. He looks like a really experienced athlete, and isn't too worried by the movements of the Souza. So this is a first good attempt coming from the Vieira, Seonage, and then trying to be following up with a Shimewaza with a strangle. Just not having a really good grip there. But here you can see the explosiveness of Vieira. He's so strong, and once he comes up with a technique, it's a really strong one. There's some really tough battles going on the other mats as well. Of course, if you want to watch that, you can just click on those channels. They won't be commentated, but you can still watch the contest. And it's a right-sided Seonage now coming from the Vieira. You could see this coming a little bit, so he took his time to come up with a good technique to really feel what his opponent was doing, how he was moving, and being quite calm. and then at some point finding a really good entrance for an attack and scoring a first Vasari. So on mat number 3, there's a really tough contest between the current world champion Shame and of Kazakhstan and Gauto of Argentina. Shame leading with the Vasari, but he is having a tough time. But we're going to focus on this contest between Vieira and de Souza. 2 minutes still time on the clock. Here another attack from Vieira. Looks like he's really on fire now. And I think it's the opening contest nerves also. You never know really how good your shape is until you really stand on the mat and until you feel how your shape is of the day. If you're feeling sharp, and I'm guessing this was the case with Vieira as well. So I'm guessing the referees on the side, so there's supervisors on the side, and they are gonna check always some actions for a second time to see if it wasn't a score or if they missed any penalties or something like that. So the referee in the middle is almost always in the right position, but he can be in the wrong position, so on the back side, or the judokas make an unexpected move, so he cannot perfectly see the action. And in that case, we have the video referees on the side. So both athletes get their grip again. And again an attack from de Souza, but you can just see the strength difference. I think he still has chances to come up with a surprising attack, but he needs to plan it well against de Vieira. This was not the best moment for de Vieira to come in with that attack, but it's another attack in. And you can also see the physical strength of him, because he still was able to bring de Souza to the ground. So 58 seconds left only in this contest. But proving to be not an easy one for de Vieira, or for Vieira. And I don't think any contest here today will be an easy one for these athletes. So both athletes moving around. De Souza is really moving around so much, and he is giving Vieira some trouble, because you can see here Vieira trying to come in with a technique but not really finding a good entrance. And I think that's all due to the movements of de Souza. So de Vieira looks like he's trying to control this contest, and he just doesn't want to make any mistakes here. He'll be likely to pick up a Shido for maybe wandering off the mat area or being overly defensive here, which is okay for him. He can still have that Shido on the board. It won't change anything on the scores. So the scores count really over the penalties, unless you get a third penalty, because that will mean you will lose out the contest. So it's a right-sided Seoinage, and this gives Vieira now some really important time to work in the ground, and he will really try to burn off some seconds off the clock and finish off this contest. It was really not an easy one for him, but he took a win. He got his nerves out of the way, and he will be ready for the next round. So really good technique, as you could see from Miguel de Vieira. So it wasn't an easy contest for him. But in the end, it doesn't matter how you win this first contest. Also, you can feel really bad in this opening contest because you have so much nerves, especially if you're a favorite. You have all the pressure of knowing that you have a good chance of winning a gold medal here today. And that can make it really hard in this first contest. But I think you can see a more loose athlete here in the next round. So the next athletes here on the mat, we have in white judogi Diorbek Maidanov of Uzbekistan, and he will be facing Tamirlan Abdikarimov of Kyrgyzstan. It's Maidanov here in white judogi and Abdikarimov in blue. So there's quite a lot of competitions for VI Judo now during the year, and these athletes also could have met during the last Asian Championships in Kazakhstan, which were taking place in April this year. And we had the Asian Championships. We will have another Asian Championships later in the People's Republic of China. We also still have a Pan American Championships taking place. And we just had the European Para Championships back 2 weeks ago in Rotterdam. Here, ooh, that was a really nice takeover. So right-sided Oso to Ochigari, and but really nicely taken over. So right-sided Ochigari coming from Maidanov, but unfortunately for him being taken over by Abdikarimov. So interesting setup for the next round. It's Vieira against Abdikarimov. And Abdikarimov, we could just see he's really strong in his takeovers. But I don't think it's easy to take over Vieira, honestly, because he has really low seonages, low techniques, and those are particularly hard to take over. So another interesting lineup we have coming up now. And I think we have one of, well, he's starting to make a name for himself, Kapil Parmar of India in white judogi here. And he's facing one of the also experienced athletes, Henry Borges of Uruguay. So let's see how Parmar is feeling today. He's the number 4 seed, so one of the favorites for a medal here today. But Borges is not easily beaten. And this is what you see very often in opening rounds. So they won't come up with really big techniques yet. You can see the low techniques, those are quite hard to take over. But they do take their time to really feel how the other athlete moves. Because you also really don't want to make a big mistake. And actually, it's not a mistake, but that happened a little bit in the last contest between Maidanov and Abdikarimov. So Maidanov came up with a big technique, and then it was a good takeover from Abdikarimov. And then your day could be finished already after a few seconds. So strong right-sided grip from Parmar, and he doesn't look too worried from the first attack from Henry Borges. A good first technique for Borges, but not really worrying Kapil Parmar. So another good technique from Borges here. And I think Parmar might be suffering some opening nerves, contest nerves, and hopefully he can get rid of them really soon, because there's not too much big techniques coming from him yet. So he does look quite controlling with his grip, but you really need to attack as an athlete. If you don't do that, you will pick up penalties for that. And a third penalty would cause you to lose out the contest. So both athletes get their kumikata, their grip again, one on the lapel, under the sleeve, and as soon as that's settled, they can start again. So I'm honestly hoping to see some more action coming from Parmar. We're still in the opening rounds here today, so soon we will have the quarter final starting, and that's where it's really going to count. I think on mat number 3 we have one of the big first surprises here of today. We're gonna stay on this mat for sure, but Mesquita Pontes, one of the favorites, is just losing out to Lamani here, or he's about to. And that's probably a big upset for the Brazilian team, and really unexpected. So here are still no scores on the board, but also no penalties on the board. And they are quite evenly matched here. So another good attempt coming from Borges. Also, Borges is starting to get some confidence in this contest. So although Parmar is a really strong athlete, it looks like he is struggling here. And he does pick up a Judo now, a penalty for being too passive in this contest. And I think that's about right. So we haven't seen much of him, and it's already almost 3 minutes in this contest. 1 minute and 16 seconds left on the clock. And although he has a really strong right-sided grip, he doesn't really get close to his opponent. Looks like he's frozen a bit. Here a right-sided attempt. Now Parmar is starting to look more fired up, getting close to a good attack. So it is really a tight contest. 45 seconds left only on the clock. And here a right-sided Uchimata. Here you're starting to see why Parmar is so dangerous. But Borges is making it quite difficult for him. Here he has two hands on one side. He cannot hold on to that for too long. Otherwise he will pick up a penalty for that. I'm not sure if the referee is catching that. So there are some rules in judo. You cannot grip on one side for too long because you need to attack with that right away, let's say. And the same counts for if you lose or break a grip, you need to catch the other again with two hands. So those are really important rules in both sighted judo and visual impaired judo. The only thing is that obviously the blind and almost completely blind athletes cannot always know where they grip exactly, so they are less likely to get a penalty for being on the wrong side. Parmar coming in for another right-sided Uchimata, but Borges is really defending on that. And that's one of the other difficult things if you have a really strong right-handed grip or left-handed grip. And the athletes, well, the opponent really know what's coming. So this is the case for Borges. He knows exactly what Parmar is going to do and he can fully defend on that. And there it is. There you can see why Parmar is such a strong athlete. But he's really happy. But I think he was struggling a lot in this contest. So beautiful right-sided Uchimata coming from Parmar. And on the other mat, Da Silva, Thiago Marques da Silva, one of the top favorites. I think he's in the number 1 seed actually in the under 60 kilogram J2 category, just beat his opponent. So he's also still in the mix to become a world champion here today. So I'm really curious about the next contest between Mykola Rudnik of Ukraine and Murat Marinov of Kazakhstan. And why that is because Mykola Rudnik was fighting 2 weeks ago in the team competition in the under 73 kilogram category. And he was actually beating some of his opponents, which was quite unexpected, but I saw some great techniques coming from him. So I'm really curious to see what he can do against Murat Marinov. So both athletes come onto the mat. It's Rudnik in white judo gi and Madinov in blue. So first hint of attempt from Rudnik. Not the strongest attempt. I think it's just also to feel his opponent. And I think he feels that his opponent Madinov is really strong here. So it won't be an easy contest for him. So from touchy to newaza for these athletes, and Madinov trying to do something in newaza, but taking its time, and it might take almost too long. So some first attacks here from Madinov on newaza on the groundwork, but still no scores on the board. So another left-sided seonage, but you can see here that Rudnik, in order to be able to score, he needs to put his body completely underneath the body of Madinov. So he was really not in the right position to come up with a score here. So it looks like they're really keeping each other at distance, and that is making it hard for them to come up with a good technique. So they will have to find some space for a good attack. And here Rudnik is trying to come up with a left-sided seonage, but not really getting close enough to his opponent. So a first penalty here on the board. It's on the side of Madinov, and he's just being warned by the referee to get more active in this contest and come up with some attacks. So those penalties you can consider really as warnings in the competition, and it will change to a red one, and that's really bad, because then you have a third penalty and you will lose out the contest. So one penalty is okay, two is it's getting a little bit risky, and then the third one is really the final one. Another seonage, and again I think his body was not in the perfect position underneath the body of Madinov, but this time he had enough strength to pull over his opponent. And it's a Wazari on the board now for Rudnik. So Madinov really needs to start doing something now. He has 1 minute and 20 seconds to try to win this contest, but it's Rudnik that's still leading with a Wazari on the board, and now trying to strangle down his opponent. So as soon as the lapel of the opponent is underneath the chin, the referee will let it continue, but as soon as it's over the chin, basically because it's too dangerous of really injuring someone, it's a mate. So they will, the referee will stop the contest and bring the athletes to the middle again. So in this case, the athlete needs some tidying up. So it might be nice to switch to mat number 1 if we can show something of that and see what's going on that mat. So on mat number 1 we can see the contest against Osvaldas Baraikis of Lithuania and Kim Dong-hoon of Korea. And Baraikis is a bronze medalist of the last Paralympic Games, but it's not going to be an easy one against Kim Dong-hoon. And as soon as both athletes are back on mat number 2, of course, we will continue the contest on that mat. But it might be really nice to take a short look on this mat to see what's going on here. This is one of the strongest categories here, the J2 under 73 kilogram category. And it's Kim that has 2 Shidos on the board already. And Baraikis just has no Shidos on the board, and there are still 38 seconds left in this contest. So we're getting back to mat number 2 to continue this contest. Of course, if you want to keep watching the other contest, you can just simply click on that channel. And we're going to see what's going on in this last minute and 8 seconds of this contest. So Rudnik really trying to move around here. And I think he's doing a clever thing. He just needs to keep moving, stay active in this contest, and try to hold on to that lead. Another left-sided Seonage. And he's actually really getting close to a second score here. So as soon as the top half of the body of your opponent touches the mat with a 90 degrees angle, you will get a score for that. So on the other mat that we just took a short look at, it's Baraikis that took a win there. So Baraikis was actually struggling a lot in this contest or competition 2 weeks ago, but I think he's in much better shape here. So only 19 seconds left in this contest. Let's see if Madinov has something to offer still, or if Rudnik is gonna take a win here. Another left-sided Seonage. So it's going to be a second penalty here on the board for Madinov, and it shows something of the balance of this contest. So I think Rudnik is a stronger athlete. He came up with the most techniques. He is pushing the pace and controlling the pace of this contest, and he only needs to hold on to that lead for a few more seconds here. So a last attempt really coming from Nadinov, trying to do something on the ground in Newaza, but not proving strong enough. And he needs to wish here for a rapid charge contest, but if he would want that, it's Rudnik who needs to beat Parmar in the next round. And that's going to be tough for him, but there are still chances for Madinov for a rapid charge. So for the next contest we have the number 2 seed present here. It's Elielton de Oliveira of Brazil. He's a 5th place finisher of the last World Championships back in Baku last year. And he will be facing Ismail Muradov of Azerbaijan in blue judogi. And I'm going to leave you to it for the next few minutes, but I'll be back as soon as I can. And of course, keep enjoying this competition and contests.
Judo.
So welcome back, and I think I chose a good moment to see the current world champion on the mat. And it's Sayem Banitaba Koram Abadi of Iran in white judogi. And he will be facing here Leonardo Olave Erazo of Colombia. And another surprise, it's not the biggest surprise, but it's the current world champion who just lost out in the second round of this world championships. David Koreva of Ukraine lost out to Old Koider of Algeria. And Old Koider is one of the top athletes also, so it was a really tough contest there. But I think it's surprising because Koreva has been on a row, also winning the European Championships twice after the World Championships. And actually, things are not looking so great for Koreva after that one, because Old Koider is still facing good face Nurilayev. Here a nice takeover coming from Banitaba. So Olave came in with a good technique. He is pushing forward but taken over. So a first Wazari on the board here for Banitaba. And he is the current world champion, but he's not the highest ranked here. And that means that he maybe didn't do so many competitions. So the Iranian team really is selective in the competitions they do. So left side at Ouchigari coming from Banitaba, but nice save from Olave here. So both athletes get a good grip again before they start the contest. And Olave is not scared of this world champion at all. He comes up with good techniques, but really nice movement coming from Banitaba. Not sure if this was such a quick reaction or if he wanted to come up with that technique after all. Because it was almost at the same time as Olave came in with an attack. So strong and good win, first win for Banitaba here today. So that is tough for Olave Erazo. I think he's a good athlete. I saw some good technique coming from him, so he has to hope for a rapid charge contest. And then that only happens if Banitaba is able to win his next contest. So Olave getting some instructions or some feedback from his coach before we see the next athletes come onto the mat area. In white judogi here coming onto the mat, Temir Bolat Tashekinov of Kazakhstan, and he's facing Yonaldi Gonzalez Miralles of Cuba. So this is the last contest in this round for the under 60 kilogram athletes. And after this we're gonna have one of the top contests of today for sure between Akmaron Nawatbek, current world champion, and Shahana Hajijeva, the current Paralympic champion in the under 48 kilogram category. So right after Aljime, it's Gonçalves who's trying to come in with a technique, but he just couldn't get close enough to his opponent. So no scores, and it gives Tashekinov some time to work on the ground. So this time Gonçalves is trying to do something on the ground, but not really getting close again. So the referee brings them both back to the mat center. So this athlete needs a little bit of catching up, and so we're gonna take a really we're just gonna see the end of mat number 1 actually, but that's to explain you a little bit. I think Abbasli in white judo gear was by far the biggest favorite. He's the number 2 seed here today, and he was facing Recep Şifçi of Turkey in blue judogi here. And it's a big surprise that Şifçi could beat his opponent. Şifçi, after the Paralympic Games of Tokyo, moving up to 73. You can see he's one of the smallest athletes. He's was an under 60 kilogram athlete, so he was probably going to move up to 66 before they took out that category. So he's now doing really well for himself in this category and beating one of the top favorites here today. So we can continue back on mat number 2, where we're going to continue the contest between Tashekinov of Kazakhstan and Gonçalves Miralles of Cuba. Still cleaning off the mat area a bit, but you can see now the quarter-finalists are known almost. After this contest, it will all be known, and I think some of the top favorites are still in. It's Miguel Vieira of Portugal, Kapil Parmar of India, and Banitaba Koram Abadi of Iran. So those should mean for some really good contest. And after this, for sure, in the quarterfinals of the other 48 kilogram for J2 athletes, it's gonna be fireworks there, because we have really some top athletes lined up. So here, a good right Ouchigara from Gonçalves, but taken over by Tashekinov. So it means Tashekinov has the first good Wazari on the board. So Tashekinov here trying to work on the ground, but a good save from Gonzalez. So there really is enough going on in this competition here today. And I'll try to keep you updated a bit, but of course try to watch some of the other mats as well. With the under 73 kilogram for men, the under 57 kilogram for women, and also the under 60 kilogram category for men. And that's for the J2 category on mat number 3. But there is basically almost all the athletes, the top athletes, are present here today. We have a few ones missing, probably due to injuries or just some other reasons. But I think 90-95% of all the top athletes is present here in Birmingham. So this is really a good test for the athletes, and that's really beautifully done. So Gonzalez picking up again and throwing over Tashekinov. So we're going to see Gonzalez in the next round against Banitaba, current world champion. And Tashekinov still has to hope for a rapid charge contest. So if you get a rapid charge contest, that means your opponent got through to the semi-finals. And in that case, you can have a rapid charge contest and you still have a chance to pick up a bronze medal. So you can go all through the rapid charge contest. And it's sometimes it's a harder road, but nevertheless, you can still have a chance of a bronze medal here today. So not all is lost if you lose out a contest. So I think this could have easily been the final here this year. So on the mat now in white judo gi, we have Akmaral Nawadbek of Kazakhstan. And she's the current world champion, leading world champion, and she will be facing Shahana Hajidiyeva of Azerbaijan. And looking at her back, she has a golden back patch, which means she is a current Paralympic champion. So the gold is for the Paralympic champions, and the red back patch is for the world champions. So by that, with just taking a look at the backs, you can see that this is absolutely one of the top matches here today. So I remember Nawadbek winning all of the competitions except for one. She made a mistake during the Asian Championships with a head dive. So she lost out one of the contests there. And with that she finished up on a silver medal in the end. But besides that, I hardly see her making any mistakes. So really curious to see who can bring a first score on the board. Nawadbek has a really strong right-sided stance and right-sided grip. And really controlling her opponents with that. Right-sided Ouchigari coming from her. Now trying to work on the ground. So if she can hold down Hajidiyeva like she's doing that here, that looks really strong. She needs to hold on to that for 20 seconds. And if she does that, she is beating the current Paralympic champion. And she will find herself in the semi-finals there. She only needs to hold on to that for a few more seconds, but I think that's on really strong. So that was such an important win for Nawadbek, and she made it look easy there. So frustrating loss here for Hajidiyeva. She does have a chance in the rapid charge contest. So Hajijeva is finding herself in the rapid charge contest for today, and it's her opponent Kokila of the first round is unfortunately out of the competition. So she had some bad luck here today in this pool A with both the world champion and the Paralympic champion in there. So another good contest here between Sandrine Aurieres Martinet of France, and she's wearing the white judo gi here, and she's facing Lubar Kuramova of Uzbekistan in blue. So this for sure won't be an easy contest for either of them. Strong athletes. So Aurieres is for sure the more experienced one. She's been around for so many years. But Kuramova, also one of the stronger athletes. Won't be easy to beat her for sure. So a quick and transition from Aurieres here on the ground. So you will always see this a little bit. So Aurieres is really controlling with her kumikata, with her grips, and waiting her quite long for a good attack. And she's really avoiding the big risks, so she will come up with techniques that don't have a big chance of being taken over. So right-sided technique coming from Martinet, but not the best one, honestly. And it gives Kuramova some time to give some pressure on Martinet. So Kuramova really pushing on that left side, and Aurieres almost making good use of that with a good seonage, drop seonage technique. Well, that's interesting that the referee here gives a Shido to Aurieres Martinet. I'm not sure if I think she was so passive here, but the referee thought it was enough to give her a penalty. So also sometimes if there's a difference between the two athletes, then it will be enough for Shido. So with this, the referee just wants to give a warning to one of these athletes. So a slight advantage for Kuramova here, with Aurieres being penalized once now. Right-sided Tayotoshi coming from Martinet, but not really bringing a lot of danger to Kuramova. So really right against left stance, and they are basically blocking each other out from getting in a good technique. So what would really help them if they could change direction and get some surprise in this contest. So Aurieres, I think, trying that with a Tumunage attempt and doing really well, scoring a Vasari here. So she was the one able to come up with something different in this contest, and it gives Vasari on the board. And now working on the arm of Kuramova and trying to bring her to a hold down. And that looks quite tight, and she only needs to hold down to that for 10 seconds in order to score a second Vasari. And it's gonna just not be enough, I guess. So I'm not sure if that was 9 or 10 seconds. So in case it was 10 seconds, it would be a second Vasari, but they might take a look at that on the side for the video replay. So it was just enough there, barely holding on to that hold down, but a second Vasari for Martinet brings a win to her. And she finds herself in the semi-finals here today against Noah Beck. So we have the number 2 seed here on the mat, Carmen Brusic of Swiss. And she's facing Kahit Eke of Turkey, and it's Carmen Brusic in white Turkey and Kahit Eke in blue. And although Brusic is the number 2 seed, Eke can do some damage to her. She has really good judo, and she showed strong in the first contest. So Carmen Brusic also has her sister competing today, Ramona Brusic of Germany. And Brusic here changed to Swiss just a few years ago. But is in big trouble here against Eke. Actually, she didn't look like she was ready for this contest, so she's losing out quite quickly to Kahit Eke, and I didn't expect that from a number 2 seed. So basically, the second favorite of the day, let's say. But I think Eke of Turkey just took over that part. And she is now the third semi-finalist of the competition here today. So to see who is the last finalist, we're going to see one more quarterfinal here in the J2 under 48 kilogram for women. So in white judogi here, it's Yulia Ivanitska of Ukraine. She's the bronze medalist of both the Paralympic Games and World Championships. And she is facing Asma Ibrahimova of Azerbaijan in blue. And already a Wazari on the board, so really quick takeover from Ivanitska. So Ibrahimova, she wasn't present on the last Paralympic Games because she had her teammate Ajijeva winning a gold medal there. But it is always good to see some new athletes here. I'm very sorry I'm saying the wrong athlete here. It's Liu Ji of People's Republic of China, of course. That was the last contest, but again, Liu is here struggling a lot against Ivanitska. So it's Liu that just beat Fujiwara in the last round, but now she is troubled against Ivanitska. So let's try to take a look at mat number 3 here. So we're back on mat number 2, and I will try to keep you updated what's happening on that third mat between Beloga and Pereira. And actually it's Belogo just is scoring his second Wazare, so he picks up a win, and he is the first semi-finalist of this category. So we're going to continue with the quarterfinals of the under 48 kilogram category for J1 athletes. And first, it's also one of the favorites here, Rosicleta de Andrade of Brazil. She's the bronze medalist of last year. And she will be facing Emanuela Mazuru of Greece. It's De Andrade in white judogi and Mazuru in blue. So De Andrade really bursting onto the scene a few years ago, picking up I think three gold medals in a row on the Grand Prix, and then losing out on the tournament where it matters the most, the World Championship last year. So she will definitely try to pick up a gold medal here today. So both athletes moving around, they still are trying to feel how the other one moves. And Andrade is trying to come up with some seonage there. Just blocking each other out with the arms a little bit. And a left-sided seonage, first good attempt coming from the Andrade. Andrade now trying to work on the arm on the ground, but Mazuru is still defending on that really well. So the lineup in this category there, although there's not too many athletes, there's 10 athletes there, some really strong athletes in here. Tassin Kafdar is one of the stronger athletes. We have Natalia Nikolajczyk, who's the number 2 seed here, but she is the current world champion, so she will try to defend on her title today. So the Andrade is still struggling a bit in his first contest, trying to find some good entrance for a good technique. And Masuru is doing well for herself here. The thing is that Mazuru will need to try to attack soon, because she will pick up a penalty for being too passive during this contest. So in sighted judo you normally get around 40 seconds without really attacking before you pick up a penalty, and here the first penalty is already on the board for Mazuru. And another good attempt coming from De Andrade. And De Andrade now trying to do a strangle on her opponent, a shimewaza. Just not strong enough to really bring trouble to Mazuru. So on Newaza, with both an arm lock or a strangle, you can force your opponent to tap out. So that will bring you the automatic win. And also you can hold down your opponent for 20 seconds for an ippon or for 10 seconds for Ewazari. So both standing and ground judo are equally important, and you can both win your contest with both standing and ground judo. So Mazuru picked up 2 penalties on the way. And I think that's correct. If you look at the whole contest, it's only a few seconds left in this contest, 30 seconds left, and she wasn't able to come up with a good technique. And it doesn't say that she's really so passive. She's also being disturbed by the strong judo of the Andrade. So sometimes it can look that you're really passive, but it means that your opponent is also just really strong. And here a really good attempt coming from Mazuru, almost throwing over the top favorite here today. So it's a golden score. I think this is the first golden score here on this mat here today. So in case both athletes don't score in the regular time, the first 4 minutes of the contest, after that the time will just move up. So you see the time running here, already 20 seconds into this golden score. And the first one to score will pick up a win. And obviously also if Mazuru picks up her 3rd penalty, that would mean a loss for her as well. So referee is here bringing both athletes back to their spots. So either one of these athletes to score brings back a home win, and they will pick up a place in a semi-final here today. So it is a really important contest. So left-sided Seonage coming from the Andrade. The thing is that when she came onto the scene very suddenly, of course her opponents didn't know her at all, and now they had the time to study her. They know what she's doing, that she has great Seonages, but they also had the time to really prepare a defense for that. So that's why you see her struggling a bit more than in the beginning. So on mat number 3 we just saw Dongdong Kamani of Italy winning his fight, and he will be a semi-finalist facing Alex Beloga. And here the contest is taking quite long, 2 minutes into the golden score already. So it doesn't matter how long it can take up unlimited time. But obviously normally it's at some point it's finished by a score or a 3rd penalty. So in this case, there is quite a big advantage for De Andrade because she doesn't have any penalties on the board, and Mazuru has 2 already, so she cannot afford any mistake in this contest. Again, a really good attack coming from Mazuru. She's impressing me a lot today. So really strong work from Mazuru. I'm really interested to see if she can have what it takes to beat one of the top favorites here today. So both athletes really try to do everything to come up with the score. And again, left-sided hip technique this time, not a seonage, but a hip technique, and great ippon score from De Andrade, proving that she is the favorite here today. But it wasn't an easy contest for her at all. Took her 2 minutes and 38 seconds into this golden score. So unfortunate for Mazuru, after such a strong contest, she lost out to De Andrade, but she still has a chance for a rapid charge here. And her opponent will might come from the next contest. So the next athletes enter on the mat already. Regina Salamatova of Kyrgyzstan in white judogi, and Chen Derong of People's Republic of China in blue. So Salamatova was really struggling on the last Asian Championships back in April this year, picking up a 4th place. And her teammate Kujan Kizi, who we also see in a few fights, she won a Asian title there. But let's see if she has something to bring to the table. So Chen was not present at the last Asian Championships. But actually all the Chinese that are here, they are always good athletes. So you know if an athlete comes from China that it's a strong one. You have a few of those nations that will only select the athletes because they have such a big team. They really only will select the athletes that are top favorites here, or that are really have a chance of winning a medal. So Tassin Kavdar here in white judogi is the silver medalist of the last World Championships. Strong left-sided attack coming from Chen. Sorry about saying Salamatova. It's of course Tassin Kafdar here, Turkey. And Tassin just scoring a first Wazari and trying to hold on her opponent. And then Chen also working on the ground here. So Tassin has a first Wazari on the board. So in case the referee doubts, or if there's some doubts about the score or anything, then the referees on the side, the supervisors, go check out the video material, do some replays, and check out what's really going on. So in this case it's a lead for Tassin here with 2 minutes left on the clock, and right away a strong attack coming from Chen. So after progressing during the day, of course now are the quarterfinals, they are going on. So you hear a lot of cheering from the side. These are the most important fights going on now. So both athletes get tidied up again before they continue their contest. And it's still the one Wazari lead on the board for Tassin. Now again Tassin gets some time to try to work on a shimewaza here and a strangle. And I'm assuming actually that is a really strong one, because she is moving over her opponent as well and bringing some struggle to her opponent. And but that Chen does good takeover work on the ground by trying to do an arm lock. So it's really good techniques coming from both athletes. And I think that might have troubled the arm of Tassin here. So the referees on the side, for sure they are checking out what actually happened here. So it could be that they saw something that we missed out on, that for example one of the athletes was tapping out and the referee couldn't see that in time. So let's see what actually was going on here. And they also could have seen something that was not allowed, some illegal move. For example, grabbing the fingers, grabbing into the sleeve. There's quite some things that are not allowed in judo. So they're taking a good look from sometimes from different angles to see what actually is going on. And well, after it's thoroughly checked, for they haven't seen anything that wasn't allowed. So they're just going to continue the contest. This time Chen is trying to work on the ground again. So now Tassin again trying to work on the ground, and it's taking off really important seconds off the clock, so she only needs to hold on for a few more seconds to take a win in this contest. And on mat number 3 also something really interesting is going on. Not sure what happened between the contest between Sas and Mamedov, but for sure the other semi-finalists, Bologa, Kamani and Shameh, are the podium of last year, so they could do a complete repeat of the podium of last year. Also have a first semi-finalist known not only on this contest between Tassin Kavdar, who just secured her place in the semi-finals, but also Olzas Orazalyuli of Kazakhstan just continue to go through to the semi-finals of the J2 under 73 kilogram. So we have 2 more quarterfinals going on in this one, and we're going to see a world champion in the next contest, and after that we're going to see an Asian champion. So enough quality in there to enjoy the contest and to see some really good fights. And also on mat number 1, there's a really good contest going on. So I will try to keep you updated about the other contests as well in the other categories. And if you want to check out any of those categories, you can just simply click on those channels. And we currently have a world champion against a European champion on mat number 1. So it's Georgi Koldani, who just became a European champion of Georgia, and he is facing Wahid Jedi of Islamic Republic of Iran. So Jedi became a world champion last year in Baku. And actually the same is true for the one we have on the mat here. It's Natalia Nikolaichik of Ukraine. She's wearing a white judo gi here, and she's facing Maria Fernanda Zapata Manjares of Colombia. So first attempt coming from Zapata, but it's giving her a lot of trouble on the ground immediately. So almost in danger there. left-sided seonage coming from Nikolajczyk. And now working on the ground. That's looking quite strong here. She needs to well, she just changed that into a hold down. For that you really need to control the top half of the body of your opponent, and she's doing that really well here. And already Rosari on the board, and if she continues to hold on to this, she will get an ippon after 20 seconds. So Nikolajczyk picked up a title 2 weeks ago during the European Championship, but she did have a slip up in the European team competition against the finalist there, SM Tassin, who we just saw winning her contest. But no troubles for Nikolajczyk here in this opening contest for her, and she's already in the semi-finals after a few seconds of work for her. So we have one more quarterfinal to bring to you. And those athletes will arrive shortly. You will see them coming onto the mat area. And it's current Asian champion Gaitkon Kuzan-Kizi of Kyrgyzstan. She's wearing a white judo gi here, and she's facing Rocio Ledesma-Dure of Argentina in blue. So Ledesma's quite a bit taller than Kuzan-Kizi. And in the end, it doesn't matter what kind of posture you have, you just really have to use it in your advantage. So if you're tall, you can really keep your opponent at a distance, and if you're quite small, you can get underneath your opponent really well. So it's just the matter of really trying to make use of your body type and body posture. First attempt coming from Ledesma. And on mat number 1, the European champion Kaldani was just beaten by current world champion Jedi. And here are still no scores on the board. I think Ledesma is doing a good job here. Moving around her opponent, trying to get underneath and throwing big. Another hip throw movement coming from Ledesma. And as you can see on her back, she doesn't only have a red circle, that's for the J1 category athletes. She also has a yellow circle, and that means that she also has a hearing impairment. And it's a sign for the referees to use some extra signals, basically, to let them know what's going on. So they'll both at the start and the stop, they will tap the athlete on the back, and they write down the rest of the shidos, everything that's happening on the hand. So this is the first good Rosari scored now from Kuzan-Kizi. I think she lost the grip here a little bit on the way down, but in the end still coming up with a score. First Rosari on the board. Ledesma really tries to catch back, but again, really strong work, but taken over by Ledesma here. So Ledesma scores a Rosari score and now holds down one of the top athletes here today, Kuzan-Kizi. And Ledesma only needs to hold on to that for a few more seconds to take a win here. And that's a really great performance from Ledesma here. So Ledesma gives some surprise here today and brings some surprise by beating Gayatkon Kuzankizi of Kyrgyzstan. So she is the fourth and final semi-finalist here in the competition. So we're going to see the semi-finals between Roseklede de Andrade of Brazil and Esem Tasin Kavdar of Turkey. And then we have another lineup of Natalia Nikolajczyk of Ukraine. And I think the biggest surprise of today to see here is Rocio Ledesma Dure of Argentina. So great work from Ledesma here, and let's see how her journey continues today. She already has 2 wins under her belt. But before we're going to see that, we still have 2 other categories with the quarterfinals and I'm assuming some of the rapid charge contests. But let's see how they're going to do that. First we're going to focus on a J1 under 60 kilogram category for men. So in white judogi here, Miguel Vieira of Portugal. He's the #1 seed here today. He's also the current European champion. And he will be facing Tamirlan Abdikarimov of Kyrgyzstan. So strong movements coming from both of these athletes. Abdikarimov picked up a bronze medal during the last Asian Championships. And I think this continent is one of the strongest continents, actually, with Banitaba also in there, and Parmar, who we're going to see in the next few contests. Strong gripping for both of these athletes. I think Abdikarimov is really defending with his grip, trying to keep his arms in between him and his opponent, and basically preventing Vieira to come up with a good technique. So while he's doing that, it's a good move, but also you need to attack for yourself. So you cannot just try to defend on the other. So both athletes have a penalty on the board. Both basically got a warning from the referee. And I'm really hoping to see some more action during the next half of the contest. And And I really feel like, that Vieira is struggling with the grip of Abdikarimov here. So Vieira has a really good low seonage, but with that he needs to come underneath the body of his opponent. And actually Abdikarimov is doing everything to keep his opponent at a distance and not let him attack. But in this case Vieira is the one that's being active. So the referee is gonna give a second penalty now to Abdikarimov, and that's because he made a false attack. So if you do an attack, or if you attack and lose your grip on the way down and not get your opponent off balance at all, you will likely to get a penalty for a false attack. And I think this shows also the balance in this contest. I think Vieira is a slightly stronger athlete and looks a bit more positive during this contest. He has only the one penalty and now comes up with another good attack. It's just really hard to really get through to Abdikarimov. So the referee asks the athletes to really get their grip again. And for me, Abdikarimov looks really defensive. Of course, it has to do with the strength of Vieira. He's putting a lot of pressure on his opponents, and he really tries to go for it. He just needs to watch out to not make a mistake, Vieira. And it's another attack coming from Vieira, and I think Karimov is in danger of picking up a third Judo almost. So really strong left movement from Vieira, and if Abdikarimov doesn't attack soon, so this is a Vasari score even for Vieira. Vieira really trying everything to come up with some scores here, and succeeding in that with a Vasari on the board now. So although it's not an easy contest for him, he does look stronger than his opponent. So I'm not sure if Abdikarimov has what it takes to come up with one of other good technique. I think he was just blocked really by Vieira. Vieira being physically too strong. And the number one seed is through to the semifinals. So a really good win for Vieira now. So interesting battle here in the quarterfinals between Kapil Parmar of India in white judogi here and Nikola Rudnik of Ukraine in blue. So Parmar, really strong right-sided athlete. You can see a little bit already how strong he is. So Nikolajczyk trying to do something against Parmar, but not really getting close there. But I saw Rudnik doing really good things during the European Para Championships 2 weeks ago. So he's not to be underestimated here, even if Parmar is slightly the more favorite. So right-sided hint of Oso Tugari. So he has really beautiful judo, right-sided Uchimata, Oso Tugari and Haragoshis from Kapil Parmar. So Parmar is quite tall for this category, as you can see against Rudnik. And you never know with the body type, but it could be that he has to lose quite some weight for this category. So that will show maybe in the first few contests as well. So on the other mats we're already into some rapid charge contest before we continue there with the semi-finals. And here of course we still have 3 quarterfinals left to go. And that's really beautifully done, completely throwing over his opponent here, Parmar. And you can see he's already feeling more loose, let's say, than his opening contest. So he's really feeling better already. And it's going to be an interesting one. I wouldn't be able to tell you who is the favorite for the next round, the semi-finals, between Miguel Vieira of Portugal and Kapil Parmar of India. So on the mat now is the number 2 seed here, Elielton de Oliveira of Brazil. And he is facing Zhu Xuan of People's Republic of China. And Zhu is wearing the blue judogi here. So the Chinese team is not present at all of the competitions. So some of these athletes we haven't seen around before, or we haven't seen around a lot before. And that's always interesting to see because they are bringing strong athletes always, and that can cause some upsets and some surprises during the day. So Oliveira coming up with a Tumonage here with a sacrifice technique and then trying to work on the ground. It's really been a good competition so far. So some of the top athletes, quite some of the top athletes still are in there, and just a few have lost out. But for example, Miguel Vieira, he beat all of his opponents up until now. Alex Bologa of the under 73 kilogram, and also Olzas Orazoyuli, all number 1 seeds. And Ina Sik, also number 1 seed. They all made it through to the semifinals. So they are showing why they are on top of the world ranking list. Here, a really nice right-sided technique coming from de Oliveira. So left-sided technique coming from Ju, but I think you can see here that he is struggling too much with the grips of de Oliveira. And I think the Brazilians are known for a really strong grip, strong kumikata. So it's another Tumenege right after the start on the contest. So this time it is Zhang Zhu now that trying to strangle de Oliveira, but de Oliveira doesn't look too troubled by that. And it's another low Sutumi technique. Not sure if he's doing that because he really wants to throw over his opponent, or if he wants to make the transition to groundwork. So your first attempt on Tachiwaza needs to be a strong attempt. In this case it was strong enough, but if the referee sees you just using it to make a transition to groundwork, to, for example, an arm lock at Juji Katame, then he will penalize you for that. And here again, trying to go for the arm lock. So he does really like his transitions. And of course, it's no problem if you are or if your first attack is a really strong one. So de Oliveira is still leading with Iwasari, but getting some more pressure now from Ju. And it's still quite a long time to go to start defending on that Iwasari lead. So he picks up a first Shido there. And that was because he really went to escape a technique from Ju. And that was really beautifully done. And you see the coach being disappointed there. I think that just was a perfect moment from the Chinese. And sometimes it happens in judo. I think it was just stepping forward from de Oliveira. He was just stepping forward. And right in that time, Zhu came up with a low seonage technique. So it was a bit unfortunate for De Oliveira. Of course, he still has a chance for a bronze medal. So things are not over for him yet, but it is kind of an unfortunate because I think he was really leading this contest. But as I said before, with the Chinese, you never know. You can always have a surprise there, and Zhu Xuan took care of that here and surprised the number 2 seed. So we're gonna see the current world champion entering the mat here today. In white judogi on the mat, Seyed Meysam Banitaba Koramabari of Islamic Republic of Iran, and he is facing Leonardo Olave Erazo of Colombia. Sorry, we're further in the schedule, so it's against Yonaldi Gonzalez Miralles of Cuba here. So of course Banitaba already lost the last round against Olave, and Gonzalez Millares also beat his opponent Tashekinov in the last round. Here left Tayotoshi coming from Banitaba. And for sure he wants to pick up a second gold medal here today, but it's not going to be easy with some other top athletes here, like Vieira and Parmar, who are on the top half of the contest sheet here. So this is the last quarter final here today in this mat for sure. After that, we're going to see a few rapid charge contests before we continue with the semi-finals. So strong work coming from Gonzalez, but not troubling Banitaba, the current world champion. That was really amazing. Left-sided Taitoshi from Banitaba, making quick work of his opponent. And yeah, Gonzalez is obviously frustrated with that. But Banitaba really proving to be too strong, and he will also will be a big threat to Zhu Xuan, who just beat his competitor, his opponent. And it's going to be an interesting semi-finals here in the J1 under 60 kilogram category. But first we're going to see some rapid charge contests in the other categories before that happens. So for the next rapid charge contest, we have Julia Pereira of Brazil in white judogi, and we have number 2 seed Carmen Brusik of Swiss in blue. So Brusik just took a big upset, losing her first contest against Kaid Eke, and for sure she will try to pick up a win here. So here bringing her opponent to the ground, trying I think to work on groundwork, but not having so much control yet. So a first attack coming from Pereira here. And it gives Brusik some other time to work on the ground. She's really trying to pull over her opponent and trying to work on that arm. And as long as the referee sees enough progress in that, she will let it continue. But I think that was a right moment to call for a mate there. So it's a first penalty on the board here for Pereira. Just a little warning from the referee. And she's really trying to push an attack here and trying to force some attack, but not being able to get close to her opponent here. So it's Brusik, I think, that's controlling more in this contest, and she's doing that mostly with her grip. So the referees is making sure that all the athletes are tidied up again before they can continue the contest. And these breaks can change sometimes the pace of the contest, and also it can give a good reset for an athlete. So if you're not feeling well in the contest, you can have some moment to think about it and to really reset yourself, and well, it can sometimes really change it. So here Pereira is walking onto the mat again. Here again you can see that Pereira is trying to attack on the right side, but what Brusik is doing with that left arm, she's completely blocking that. So Pereira cannot really get close enough to be dangerous with those techniques. So a strong left-handed grip from Brusik. The only problem for her is that she needs to attack. She needs to come up with something, because otherwise you can put all the pressure you want, but you won't be able to get anything from that. But that was a good attack coming from Brusik. So even if you have all the control in the contest, if you don't come up with the technique, you will get a penalty for that, for being too passive. So with that left stance of Brusik, she's really blocking her opponent there. And it's always very difficult to compete with a really left-standed or a right-standed athlete. So again, this left against right stance, and it's clearly difficult for Pereira to come up with a good technique. So again, it's Pereira that's really trying something here. It's just proven to be too hard up until now to really get through the grip, the kumikata of Brusik. And that's also what making the Brusik sisters so hard to beat. They have a really good grip. They're one of the most experienced athletes. But here Pereira actually getting really close to a score. So even if she's on 2 penalties, doesn't matter. If she has the score, she will pick up a win in the end. So 1 minute left in this contest, and it could still go either way. There's no scores on the board. 55 seconds now left, and 2 Shidos on the board at the side of Pereira. And actually, I think, although she has the 2 penalties on the board, she looks quite positive because she's trying everything to do to come up with a score. It's just she cannot manage to get through the arms of Brusik. So sometimes if you get the penalties, not only a matter of that you're being too negative or too passive, sometimes it's also due to your opponent, who is just so much stronger and controlling you and controlling the pace. But I do see that Pereira still has a shot if she comes up with a really strong and good technique here. So both athletes get tidied up again before they continue for the last 25 seconds of this contest, and in case nothing changes, it will be a golden score for these athletes. And Pereira really needs to try to come up with something else and change that way of direction, because in this case also she's just falling down, and yeah, that could be seen as a false attack actually. And that's what you see happening here. So she went to the ground without any gripping or getting her opponent off balance, and that's why she picks up a third penalty here. I don't think that was Brusik's best performance we've seen from her, but she takes the win, and she still has a chance of a bronze medal. So we have one more rapid charge contest in the under 48 J2 category, and then we also have a rapid charge contest in the under 48 J1 category before we continue with the semi-finals. So here we have a contest between Asma Ibrahimova of Azerbaijan in white judogi and Liu Ji of China, People's Republic of China in blue. So sometimes even before they get their kumikata, if they really block out each other, the referee will decide that first the athlete in white will get their pick and after the athlete in blue. And in this case, Liu was still trying to block out her opponent, and she gets a penalty for that. And that's really before the contest starts, so that's not the best beginning for Liu. And a quick sutami or sacrifice throw of Liu. So strong gripping here going on from Liu. When a first left-sided Uchimata attempt, but well blocked by Ibrahimova. And again, strong technique, but almost taken over by Ibrahimova, or taken over actually, and putting Liu on her side. So it's a first Wazari on the board now for Ibrahimova. And although Liu really goes for it, it's the first score now for Ibrahimova. She's doing good things for herself to keep her in the competition. So both athletes get their grip again, and Liu is making some trouble with that, so she needs to watch out to not block her opponent too much with that. Otherwise she is in risk of picking up a second Judo. And that are just really the penalties that you don't want to get, because those are really mistakes from your side. Oh, and I would say unnecessary mistakes. So another left-sided Uchimata. Just needs to pull the body of her opponent a little bit closer here, Liu. And another good left-sided attempt. I see some really good moves, some good techniques, but she might be lacking a little bit of strength there. In this case, it does work out for her. Another left-sided Uchimata, bringing Iwasari back on the board on her side. And really well done by Liu here on Newaza work on the ground. So pushing over Ibrahimova and holding her down now for 10 seconds, and that's second Iwasari on the board. So it's all over for Ibrahimova here today, and Liu still has a chance for the bronze. So we have one more rapid charge contest. And after we're going to continue with some semi-finals here today. So to see who will be the finalists of these World Games or World Championships. So in this rapid charge round we have Anna Tabea Müller. She will be wearing the white judo kis, and she's representing Germany. And she will be facing Khalitkon Kuzankizi of Kyrgyzstan, who is actually the current Asian champion, but surprisingly enough losing out to Ledesma. And that's all to say because of the strong work of Ledesma here today. So first good movements coming from Kuzankizi. And another really strong attempt coming from Kuzankizi. I wouldn't be surprised to award that with the Iwasari score here. And it gives Kuzankizi also some time to work on the ground. If she can free up that leg and control the top half of the body of Müller, she will be able to hold down her opponent. And she's doing that right now. And if she can hold on to that for 20 seconds, she will pick up the win here in this rapid charge contest. So it's starting to look more secure here for Kuzankizi, who lost out her first contest, but now having a good rapid charge here. And she will be facing Zapata Manjares of Colombia in the next round, in the next rapid charge round. So it's a good win for Kuzankizi, and Müller unfortunately is out of the competition here, but she got some good experience in being on this top level. And also actually she didn't have the easiest set of opponents in this weight category. So now we're up for some really good contests, some semi-finals of the under 48 J2 category, followed up by the J1 category for women. So first of all, we have the current world champion and defending world champion Akmaral Nawatbek of Kazakhstan in white judogi. And she is facing one of the more experienced athletes, Sandrine Arrières Martinet. Actually, this is a repetition of the world final of last year. And in this case, Nawatbek took a win. And she's gonna do what she's really good at, trying to work on the ground. She's so strong with those techniques. And she was beating Hajijeva before with that. So good footwork here from Nawatbek. And Arrières is warned, so she knows how to defend on that groundwork from Nawatbek. So again, really strong right-sided grip, right-handed grip of Nawatbek. And Arrières is trying to come in with the Sona again. Not a bad effort, but again, well stopped by Nawatbek. And again, she gets some time to work on the ground. But you can tell that Arrières is warned with that. But still, Nawatbek gets some opportunity here. So she's one of the strongest athletes on the ground. So you know, as an athlete, as your opponent, as her opponent, you need to escape from that as quickly as you can. So again, an attempt coming from Arrières, but well blocked by Nawatbek. And she's just such a complete athlete because she also has really good footwork, some ashiwaza, and well, she continues to have a good transition to the groundwork as well. So again, Nawatbek trying to get closer opponent. You see that Arrières with her left hand is keeping her opponent at a distance. And for me, actually, that last action of Martinet was kind of an escape from the pressure from Nawatbek. So really nice right-sided Ouchigari from Nawatbek. I think it was a matter of time before she came up with a good score. Here is the first one. And looking completely in control. Although Arrières is fighting really well, you can just see the quality of Nawatbek. And that's really going over there, Aurieres. She's trying her best here against the top favorite Noadbek, but Noadbek just proven to be too strong for the French. And I think the Kazakh team is in top shape here today. I already saw some Kazakh athletes beating good opponents. And in this case, it's the woman with the red back patch, so she is the current world champion defending her title. And she still needs a final to go, but she got herself a long way in defending on that title. So for this next semi-final, we have Kahit Eke of Turkey. She is wearing the white judo gi here, and she was doing really well today in her last two contests. But she's facing a really tough opponent, Yulia Ivanitska of Ukraine in blue. So Ivanitska being the bronze medalist of the last World Championships and the last Paralympic Games. So she for sure is one of the other favorites of today. And here really nice footwork, followed up by a hold down. So quick work for Ivanitska. She needs to try to hold down on that for the next 10 seconds. But wow, what a work from Eke in escaping that hold down. So Eke almost losing out this contest in case Ivanitska could hold on to that hold down. So a first Razari now on the board for Ivanitska just after half a minute in this contest. And now a Makikomi attempt coming from Ivanitska. But Eke is warned and she looks like she is sharp now. Nice Yoko Tumunage from Eke. Just not throwing over her opponent, but she's starting to look stronger in this contest. She had a little bit of a false start here. Another good moment for Ivanitska to come up with that right-sided technique. Just didn't have enough grip there, I think, to really throw over her opponent. So after a rough start, Eke is starting to look stronger in this contest. And another good Ashiwaza attempt coming from Ivanitska, but well defended by Eke. And a really well attempt coming from Eke now. And although Ivanitska's leading with a Rosari in this semi-finals, it's really not over yet. And Eke, I think, picked up a 5th place, and she's doing so well, but sometimes missing out on the big medals. So it would be a great performance from her if she can reach the final in this competition. So another Makikomi attempt coming from Ivanitska. She's just losing her grip on the way down a little bit too quickly to throw over her opponent here. And that is going to be enough for a second score, unfortunately for Eek, who did a great job in the semifinals. But she again has to try to get and pick up a bronze medal here today. So it's Ivanitska, the current European champion, that we're going to see. She's actually a silver medalist, and she's going to try to pick up a world title here today. So the finalists of the J2 under 48 kilogram category are known. It's number 1 seed Akmaral Nawadbek of Kazakhstan, and she will be facing Yulia Ivanitska of Ukraine. So with that said, we're going to focus on the same weight category, but another eye vision category, the J1 for the blind and almost completely blind athletes. So on the board we see the number 1 against the number 4 seed here. It's Rosicleide de Andrade of Brazil. She's the bronze medalist of the last World Championships, and she is facing Eşim Tahsin Kavdar of Turkey, and she is the silver medalist of the last World Championships. So interesting battle between these two. And the first attempt coming from Tahsin, right side at Seonage, just not really getting underneath the body of De Andrade. But this time a better effort from Tahsin. Not throwing over her opponent, but a second good attack in. So De Andrade is really upright with her judo, but she has great throwing skills. She has good seonages, but also hip throws. But in this case, Tahsin of Turkey is really the one that's been more active during the contest. So mat number 1, there's also semi-finals taking place, and it's Ina Sik who is trying to get back a score against Humantron Kodjaeva of Uzbekistan, who is leading this contest with a Bazari score. And here it's another attempt coming from Tahsin. I think De Andrade needs to watch out to not pick up a Shido for passivity here. So both athletes get their kumikata again before they start the contest. can see Tassin with that left arm really searching for a good entrance. And De Andrade really taking a bit longer to come up with a good attack. So half the contest time gone now, no scores or penalties on the board, so quite evenly matched. I think in balance it's Tassin Kaftan that came up with the better attacks. And again she's coming up with an attack. This was not really in danger of throwing over De Andrade, but it's another good attack in. And on mat number 1, there's another finalist known. It's Humus Kodjaeva of Uzbekistan, who just beat the number 1 seed Ina Sik of Ukraine. So big achievement for her. And another good attempt in coming from Tassin, and she is looking really strong in this contest. So here it is, a first penalty for De Andrade. I think that's correct if you see the whole contest. So it was really Tassin of Turkey that was pushing the pace. She comes up with almost all the techniques. Here it's another one. It's not the strongest techniques, like it's not getting De Andrade in danger, but it is constantly her that's attacking. So after the semi-finals of the under 48 kilogram category, which we have here, we have 2 semi-finals to bring to you. Then we have some rapid charge contests of the under 60 kilogram category. So a really tough battle between these 2 athletes. And here Tassin, we don't really have the right angle here, but I'm guessing she's trying to strangle her opponent here. And time is ticking away here. So it's going to be a golden score. No scores yet on the board. It's just the one penalty for De Andrade on the board, but that's not going to worry her too much unless it will pile up. But up until now, it's really an even match. It's just Tassin that's controlling the pace a little bit here, and she really has most attacks in. So a second penalty on the board now for De Andrade. So this is, I think, her fear that she just doesn't have the time to really come up with a technique. And, well, if she's going to pick up one more Judo, that's going to be the end. But this is also going to be the end. So Tassin just threw over De Andrade with Wazari. I think it was some sort of adjusted katagruma or Yoko Toshi. And with that, she's scoring a Wazari, and that's enough in a golden score. So each score will give you a win here. And De Andrade will try to get the same result as last year now with bronze medal on the World Championships. But it's going to be Tassin who again will be in this final of this World Games here. So the opponent of Tassin will be known in the next contest between Natalia Nikolajczyk of Ukraine, who is the current world champion. So we could see a repetition of the last year's world final. And of course, Rocio Ledesma Judo of Argentina has something to say about that. So she will try to change that and pick up a really good win for her here today. So quick start for Nikolajczyk and now trying to strangle Ledesma, and that's going to be one of the quickest wins of this World Championships. And Ledesma quite disappointed. So Nikolajczyk is on her way to become another second-time world champion here. And happy to see Ledesma back on her feet. So with that said, the finalists of the under 48 kilogram are known for both division categories. And for the J1 category, it's going to be Esem Tassin Kavdar of Turkey and Natalia Nikolajczyk of Ukraine. And that is actually exactly the same final as we saw last year. So with that said, we're going to watch some rapid charge contests of the under 60 kilogram category. 4 in total before we have still some rapid charge contests of the 48 kilogram category as well. I will take a really quick break before I come back to you, but of course I hope you enjoy the next few contests, and see you back soon. So we just saw Borges throwing over Rudnik with a beautiful right-sided seonage, beating his opponent here, and still has having a chance for a bronze medal. And in order to fight for this bronze medal, he has one more contest to go. So we're watching the rapid charge contest of the J1 under 60 kilogram category for men. And on the mat now are David Emmanuel Gomez of Argentina, and he is facing Elielton de Oliveira of Brazil. So de Oliveira is the number 2 seed here today, but losing out a bit unfortunate to Ju earlier. And now trying to claim a chance on a bronze medal contest. And he's really strangling here Gomez. And that's looking like Gomez is in a bit of danger. But saved by the referee here. Referee didn't see enough progress in this Newaza work. So Gomez here in white judogi is trying everything to free up that leg. If he can do that, he will have a hold down there. But I don't see much movement here, honestly. So still no scores on the board during this contest, this rapid charge contest. There's also some good other rapid charge contests going on the J2 under 73 kilogram category, which always is a really strong one. And we just saw Shivchi of Turkey and Magomedov of Ukraine both winning their rapid charge contest. So they will face each other in the next round of the rapid charge contest. That's really, really beautifully done by Gomez here. Or sorry, by de Oliveira. Here you could see, I was waiting a little bit for that, for the referee, to see if actually Gomez landed completely on his back. So in order to get a nipple, you need to fall on your back, and otherwise it's gonna be awarded a Wazari, and that could be the case right here. So the supervisors on the side will take a good look at that action. And indeed, what they saw is that Gomez just landing on his side, so he does still have a chance of coming back in this contest. And Gomez really moving around quite uncontrolled. So actually Gomez still has half the contest time to try to come back. Here a good technique coming from his side. So both athletes are not scared to come in with big techniques. Here actually Oliveira missed out on the leg of Gomez to really be effective with that technique. So it's another interesting semi-final going on mat number 3. So of course these are really the stages that count. But in this case Gomez really surprised his opponent there. And landing De Oliveira completely on his back. So that was a clear up-on there. And the number 2 seed of today has a really disappointing day, I must say, by losing out the contest here. So Gomez still in here and still has a chance for a bronze medal, but unfortunately for Oliveira, things are ending a little bit too soon for him. And he will finish without a medal today. So this is the last rapid charge contest of this weight category before we continue with the rapid charge contest of the 48 kilogram category for women. So in white judogi here we have Leonardo Olave Erazo of Colombia. And in blue judogi we have Yonaldi Gonzalez Niares of Cuba. So the referee asks both athletes to get their kumikate again and restart the contest. Really nicely done, right-sided hip throw coming from Gonzalez, and throwing his opponent for Rosari. And he is trying to follow that up with the Shimewaza, but the referee sees a little mistake in that. Probably it's because the sleeve or something is over the chin of his opponent. And here another good effort from Gonzalez, almost finishing this off. Gonzalez lost out to the current world champion Banitaba earlier, but showing to be one of the really dangerous athletes in this category. both are really pulling the other one backwards, so if they are smart, they will try to follow up with a technique that's moving them forwards. Basically, by doing a counter move, you can surprise your opponent. So it's another effort in Makikomi attempt coming from Gonzalez. It's another Makikomi attempt, but this time Olave really knew what was coming. So we moved in the right direction in order to prevent Gonzalez from scoring his second Rosario Ippon. This time Gonzalez was trying to come up with the technique, but pushed over by Olave. And now it's Rosari to Rosari on the board. So that's going to make it interesting for the second half of this contest. This time Olave comes up with the same type of technique as Gonzalez and Makikomi. I think Olave is starting to look stronger during the contest. So another Makikomi attempt, this time from Gonzalez, and not really being dangerous for his opponent. It looks like he's running out of a bit of energy here during the second half of this contest. So it can also have to do with your shape. Of course, you have to be in top shape, but you also might have to lose weight for this category, so that can use some energy. So good left-handed grip now from Olave. But going to the ground again. So it's proving to be a really tough contest for these athletes. And I think they're going to check if he didn't do a head dive here. So let's see what they will decide. And on mat number 3, in the meantime, a really tough battle is going on. Yeah, here you can see You can see a little replay, but I'm sure the referees will check it thoroughly on the side and decide what will be the right decision for these athletes. Yeah, and on mat number 3, there's a semi-final going on at the moment between Bologa and Kamani. And it's Bologa that's on 2 Shidos already, but it's a golden score, so no scores yet in this contest. So a really evenly matched contest between these two top athletes. And also a semi-final going on mat number 1 in the under 73 J2 category, and I think Jedi is almost beating Orozal Yuli there, so he's Rosari on the board and holding down Orozal Yuli, but Orozal Yuli broke that hold down. And on this mat it's Gonzalez Miyares that just took a win here. So he is still does have a chance on a bronze medal here today. Yeah, it's Olave that picked up a penalty for that head dive. And we have some pretty good contests coming up in this 48 kilogram category, starting with Shahana Hajijeva of Azerbaijan, who has a gold patch on her back, and that means that she's the current Paralympic champion. And she is facing Lobar Kuramova of Uzbekistan here in blue judo gi. So Kuramova didn't have a great Asian championships, but she is a strong athlete and one to, well, not underestimate for sure. Hajijeva, of course, took a loss against current world champion Nawad Bek, who is in the final here today. So the only medal that's left for her to pick up is a bronze medal, but in order to do that, she would need to beat both this opponent and Kahit Eka of Turkey that's awaiting her for the bronze medal contest. But of course, Kuramova really has to say something about that. She would want that bronze medal as well. So let's see if she can have something to offer to Hajijeva. Right-sided Ouchigari, followed up by some hip work from Hajijeva. So some really tight contest in both mat number 1 and 3, but also this mat is really trying to go for the medals here. Here another technique coming from Hajijeva, sacrifice technique, not being able to score. So on mat number 3, it's top favorite Alex Bologa, who just beat his opponents, and he is finding himself in the finals here today, and his opponent will be decided by the next semi-final. And on mat number 1, it's still Jetty, the current world champion, that's leading against Orazal Yuli, but it's a really tense contest. So 42 seconds in there, and I'll try to keep you updated about that one. And on this mat, Kuramova almost threw over Hadjijeva there. It's also a tough one. Kuramova has just the one penalty on the board before we enter the second half of this contest. So you can feel, if you're in the venue, you can just feel that things are getting more tense. You can, it's really heating up, because we're getting closer to the semi-finals and to the last few matches before we have the bronze medal, like the rapid charge finals. And on mat number 3, we have the second semi-final between Lennart Sas and Shameh of Kazakhstan. And that's basically a repetition of the world final of last year. And Shameh took a win there. So here, 1 minute and 41 seconds left on the clock. And Hadjijeva really searching some entrance there. Ouchigari, and throwing over her opponent for a Wazari score now. So she did open the score here. So really nicely executed Ouchigari on that right side. Here almost a second score, but good defense from Kuramova. But you can see that Kuramova is struggling with the quality of Hadjijeva. So Wahid Jeddi of Islamic Republic of Iran just won his contest against Orazal Yuli of Kazakhstan. And there's going to be another semi-final between Saidov, the current Paralympic champion, and Nathan Petit, who is also a winner of multiple medals. So a good competition here and a good contest between these two top athletes. And Kuramov are really trying everything now to get back at Hadjijeva, but let's see if she has what it takes to really come up with a good score here in the last 16 seconds. So you can see that Hadjijeva is stretching out her arms. She's really trying to defend on that Wazari. She's not planning to come up with a big technique anymore. Here, right-sided Seonage. That's one of the techniques that doesn't give a big risk of being taken over. So it was a really smart thing to do for Hadjijeva, since she has no shields on the board. So even with a false attack, she could afford to get a penalty on the board. So Shahana Hajijeva of Azerbaijan continues to go through to the next round, where she will face Kahit Eke of Turkey for the bronze medal match. And we have only one contest in this weight category left of this vision level category. And then we will know the final block for the J2 under 48 kilogram category for women. So on white judoki here, it's Carmen Brusik of Swiss. She's the number 2 seed. She absolutely expects to pick up a medal here today. And she's facing Liu Zhu of People's Republic of China in blue. So here you could see that Liu comes up with a nice left-sided Uchimata, but she was just lacking a lot of strength there. Didn't look too strong, and it was quite an easy takeover for Brusik. I think that was a little present for Brusik there in the opening seconds of this contest. So Sayedov on mat number 1 is leading in his semi-final against Petit. And Shameh of Kazakhstan is leading against Sas in his semi-final. So Carmen Brusik, one of the most experienced athletes in this category and in para judo at all. And I think Liu just piling down under the pressure of Brusik. So she's gonna pick up a penalty for that, just by escaping the fight in a negative way. So it's a penalty now given for Brusik, and I think that's correct by the referee, because we haven't seen Brusik doing a lot of things here today. And it's a Tumanage coming from Liu now. She's the one that's really trying to put in some good attacks. And you see that often with athletes that are more experienced but also a little bit older. They know how to really balance out their energy during a contest. And they know they cannot really keep a pace super high for 4 complete minutes. So you won't see them attacking so much, but once they attack, they are normally quite good attacks. So on mat number 1, it's Ferouz Saidov that just beat Nathan Petit here. So on that category, in the under 73 J2 category, it will be a final between Vahid Jadi of Islamic Republic of Iran and Ferouz Saidov of Uzbekistan. on this mat, we're still watching the under 48 J2 category for women, and it's the rapid charge contest between Brusik and Liu. And in the meantime, on mat number 3, we have another finalist known. It's going to be the current world champion Yergeli Shame of Kazakhstan. He has another shot at the gold, but the final will be different as last year, as his opponent was Leonard Sas, who he just beat. And he's going to face Alexander Bologa of Romania there. And in the 73 kilogram for J1 athletes, it could still be exactly the same podium as last year, because all podium winners, or medal winners of last year, are still in the running for a medal this year. So still half the contest time gone. It was just such a quick opening for Brusik here. And I think that was just a mistake of Liu, not having a really strong attack in the opening seconds and easily taken over by Brusik. But I think after that it got more balanced, and Liu came up with some good attacks. So a left-sided Makikomi attempt from Brusik here, just not being too dangerous, but actually she doesn't need to be dangerous as long as she keeps going and she doesn't pick up too much penalties. She might be able to take a win here against Liu. So as we're waiting until the athletes here are getting tidied up, we might take a look at mat number 3 to see what's going on in the semi-final of the under 60 kilogram category for J2 athletes for men. And I think it's a little surprise there that we see Nukri Migrijanashvili of Georgia here fighting for a final spot. He beat the top favorite Diego da Silva in an earlier round. And he's facing here Sherzod Namazov of Uzbekistan in blue judo gi. So Namazov also one of the more experienced athletes. He might have the benefit here, but I'm not sure if I see what Migrijanashvili has been doing today, beating really good opponents. To come in with an attack. The Georgians are well known for their takeover, so I think Namazov really is aware of that, so he won't take big risks going into big techniques, and he prefers to pick up a small penalty on the way. And I think we're about to move back to mat number 2 to see the rest of the rapid charge contest between Brusik and Liu. Oh, that's interestingly enough. Not sure if I saw that correctly, who was taking up that technique, if it was really a sutemi that was not well executed or if it was actually getting close to a score there. So 45 seconds left, and it has proven not to be an easy contest for Brusik at all. Although it looked a bit different in the opening seconds. Liu is doing a great job here and really trying to decide the contest in her favor. Here another left-sided. Yeah, I understand why the referee is doubting there if it was enough for Wazari. But for sure that was really close to a score by Liu, and she really is going to try to do everything to get closer to a score against Brusik. And Brusik here just wandering off the mat area. You see that her tank really is empty, and she just needs to hold on for a few more seconds, but it's going to be rough in the last 28 seconds against Liu. So Liu is now really trying to do everything to throw over Brusik, and you can see there's not much coming anymore from Brusik. So Brusik really just defending on that score of hers. The problem for Liu is that they're not going to give a third penalty easily to the one that's looked more positive during the contest. She has the score on the board, but it is looking really rough for Brusik. Yeah, and I think that was a really close call, and also I think Brusik got away quite lucky with that opening Wazari. If that wouldn't have happened, it would have looked completely different. And we're going to see a little replay of that, I guess. Well, I thought it was another replay probably, but it is really unfortunate for Liu because I like the way she did judo. I think she still needs to gain some strength in the coming years, but she will be one of the top athletes she could be. So on this mat we only have a few contests left, around 4 rapid charge contests. And if those are finished and still some action is going on the other mats, I'm happy to take you to the other mats. And on the mat here is Emanuela Mazuru of Greece. She's wearing the white judo gi here, and she's facing Chen Derong of the People's Republic of China in blue. So Chen trying to strangle her opponent and forcing her to tap out, but not succeeding here in this opening seconds of the contest. So a real tight contest going on mat number 3. I think the referees are checking some action there, so I'll let you know what's happening on that mat. So Chen working hard on the ground here against Mazuru. And now really holding down her opponent. She did really well here. And you can see here that ground judo newaza is actually really as important as tachiwaza because you can win on either way. And here it's a really good win for Chen here. So Chen Derong lost out to Tassin Kafdar, who's now in the final, and she now still has a chance to a bronze medal if she can beat Rocio Ledesma in the next round. So for this last contest here in the morning block for the J1 under 48 kilogram athletes, we're going to see a contest between Maria Fernanda Zapata Manjares of Colombia, and she will be facing Khalitkon Kuzan Kizi of Kyrgyzstan in blue judo gi here. So Kuzan Kizi took a upsetting loss against Ledesma, I guess. She wasn't expecting to lose out her first contest here. And a big explosion on mat number 3 where Nukri Migri just beat his opponent. And I think that is the biggest surprise of today, I could easily say. And he's really over the moon with his win, and I think that is by far the biggest result we've seen from Migri Janashvili. He's normally, well, he's sometimes fighting for the medals, but he hasn't picked up a really big medal yet. And today he really is proving to be the best on the top half. And here we're watching the contest between Kuzan Kizi and Zapata Manjanera. And Kuzan trying to push over her opponent here. So Kuzan Kizi is trying to strangle her opponent, but not giving more time by the referee. So to decide the winner of the under 60 other finalists, that's also taking place on mat number 3, but we're missing almost out on a great ippon score here from Kuzan Kizi. Great work from her side. I think she was the stronger athlete of the two here, to be honest. Really beautifully done here by Kuzan Kizi. And she will face Rosicleide de Andrade of Brazil, the number 1 seed here today. So that's going to be an interesting bronze medal fight, and well, a tough one for both of them. So the other finalist is already known on mat number 3, where we have Kemran Nurilayev. I think he was the top favorite of the day, even if he wasn't qualified. He just is quite recent to the scene of visual impaired judo. And he will face Miki Gineshvili in the final here later today. So here we have some exciting semi-finals of the under 60 kilogram category. And we're seeing now top favorite Miguel Vieira of Portugal in white judogi, and he is facing Kapil Parmar of India in blue, who is also one of the ones to beat today. So this should mean a really explosive and tight contest between these two. And the first Seonage in for Vieira here. So it's really the low Seonages of Vieira. He has really strong explosive moves, but then we have the big movements of Parmar. So Osotogari, Ochigari, Uchimata, and he has really those big throws. And let's see what this clash of styles brings to us. Another good movement coming from Vieira. So a first Shido on the board for Parmar here, and I think that's correct. So it's Vieira that's really pushing the pace here. And I think actually that's a smart thing to do against Parmar, because Parmar needs some more time to come up with a big attack. And if you trying to block that or trying to move around a lot, it's going to be a lot harder for Parmar to come in with a good attack. Here a good right-sided Seonage of Vieira again. So good work from Vieira here in the opening. Well, opening it's in the first 2 minutes of the contest. So a hint of a good attack coming from Parmar. So Parmar is trying to go for the right leg of Vieira, but Vieira is doing a smart thing in keeping that leg behind. So really not an easy opponent for Parmar here. So we saw a little bit of a repetition from the last contest of Parmar. He is taking a long time to get fired up. But then in the second half of the contest, you see him well, getting into the contest and coming up with really big throws. And it's another attempt coming from Vieira. It's just, he doesn't throw over his opponent, but again, he's being dangerous with that. He's getting his opponent off balance. So it's another good attack in, and still we haven't seen much from Parmar. And another attempt coming from Vieira. So a second Judo now on the board for Parma, and I think Vieira is doing exactly what he needs to do in this contest against Parma. Strong tactical work from the Portuguese. And another good attempt in from Vieira, and it just, you see that Parma is trying to prepare one of his attacks, but before he can really attack, it's already Vieira that's in for his attack. So as long as that keeps happening, Parma is really off his game. So only 1 minute left in this contest, and Parma really needs to start acting soon. Otherwise, he's just going to lose out on penalties here. And it's so hard because Parma is looking quite passive throughout the contest. And it's easy to say from the side just that he needs to attack, but it can be so hard against somebody like Vieira, who's just constantly attacking and constantly controlling the grips here. And another good attempt coming from Vieira, and it's going to be almost over if he doesn't change it. And I think we're getting really close to a third Judo for Parma here, and that's really unfortunate for him because I haven't seen his Judo that we are used from him. So it's a third Judo and just really tactical work from Vieira. I think Miguel Vieira of Portugal did everything right that he needed to do, and it's a really well-deserved final spot for him. So really happy faces from Vieira and his coach. He picked up a fifth, or he ended up on a 5th place last year, which is the worst place basically you can get, just finishing outside of the podium. But this year he already secured a medal here, and he's gonna maybe face the gold medalist of last year. So for this semi-final we have Zhu Xuan of People's Republic of China in the white judogi, and he will be facing Seyem Meisam Banitaba Koramabadi of Islamic Republic of Iran. So Zhu is really the surprising semi-finalist here today. It's always nice to see a few surprises there. And some of the top favorites, they did make it through, like Banitaba. And we just saw number 1 seed Miguel Vieira of Portugal win his semi-final. So you can right away see that Banitaba is a physically really strong athlete. But Shu is really sharp here today. So again, that left-sided Toyotoshi of Banitaba, throwing over many of his opponents already. So it would be a big shocker today if Zhu Jiwen would reach the final here today. I think nobody expected that to see the contest sheet in the morning. So a good left-sided seonage coming from Ju, and I am really impressed with his judo today. Another left-sided seonage, this time not as strong. I think Banitaba counted on that to come. And that's the only, I think, well, one of the biggest dangers with low seonages is that the arm of your opponent ends up underneath your chin and that you're being strangled. And especially if your opponent knows what's coming, they will try to anticipate on that. So it's a first penalty on the board here for Banitaba for being too passive. And I think that's correct if you look at the attacks that have been coming from Ju. So the problem for Ju is that he came up with some good seonages, but Banitaba now really starts to anticipate on that. He knows what's coming. So he can quite easily block out the attacks from Ju. So really some attacks coming from both athletes here. But still no scores on the board. And I think I was expecting Banitaba to look physically a lot stronger in this contest, but I think Shu is doing a great job here. But this time again, a good attack coming from Zhu. And actually, for me, Zhu is slowly starting to look like the better athlete of the two on this moment. And let's see if the second half of this contest can change the balance there for Banitaba. Ojigari coming from Zhu this time, so he does combine some of his techniques. And up until now, Banitaba looks like he's struggling to get closer to Zhu. So the referee is making sure that the athletes have a correct kumikata before they restart again. And again, a good attempt from Zhu, but well countered by Banitaba. No scores because Zhu could change the direction quite easily. So he has great judo skills and judo feeling. This time another technique coming from Zhu, but getting himself into trouble there. That's the first really good attempt coming from Banitaba, and straight away followed up on the ground. Just stopped by the referee, but I think Banitaba came close to a score there. So the referee wants the supervisors on the side to take another look at that action and to see if it was actually enough for a score there. And that would change the pace of the contest or the balance of the contest completely, because it was Zhu all over Banitaba the whole time. And just with one action, Banitaba could change that. But I'm really wondering if that would have been enough for Wazari. From my perspective, it was maybe not enough, but let's see what the referees will decide. And also this break, so it's taking the supervisors quite a long time to really check on that technique. And they're going to decide that it's no scores given, but it can give a reset for someone, but it also can, well, really get you out of your rhythm. So another Taitoshi movement from Banitaba, followed up by a movement from Zhu. And it's a really tight contest between these two. And again, a right-sided Ojigari, but almost taken over by Zhu this time. So really, I believe this contest could go either way, and even if they win this contest, they still have number 1 seed Miguel Vieira of Portugal waiting for them in the final. So who can take the final spot here in this weight category? Is it going to be Xu Xuan of People's Republic of China, or is it going to be Bonitaba Khorram Abadi of Islamic Republic of Iran? So another Sutami attempt from Ju. Not the best attempt, but it's another attack in actually. So if he's being quite tactical, he could try to get Bonitaba on a third penalty. So it's the two penalties on the board for Bonitaba, and Ju doesn't have a penalty at all. And it's the last minute of the contest has started now. Xu is almost starting to make some mistakes there. He's really eager to come up with attacks, but he needs to watch out that they're not getting too, well, if it's not really controlled, it brings some opportunities to Bonitaba. Almost taken over here. Bonitaba came in with a technique, but Xu almost pushing over Bonitaba, getting so close to a win here. But I think Bonitaba saved himself from getting a third penalty. So he did put in a good attack. Xu in with some more attacks here, and he just keeps active. His attacks are getting less strong, but still he keeps really active in his contest. Yeah, and that's gonna be it. We already see the referee handing out the signal. It's gonna be a third Judo here for Bonitaba, and it's clever work from Xu. But also he brought really good techniques here and almost threw over Bonitaba for a few times. And it's a fact that Bonitaba is not gonna defend his world title here today, because it's surprisingly Xu Xuan of People's Republic of China that we're going to see in the final. So to decide the final matches of the final block in the under 60 kilogram category, we still have two rapid charge contests to bring to you today. And in white judogi here we have Deverson de Souza of Brazil. And in blue judogi we have Henry Borges of Uruguay. Borges being a bronze medalist of last year's World Championships. And he lost out to Parmar earlier today, but still has a shot for a bronze medal. And then we have De Souza, who gave finalist Miguel Vieira a really hard time. So let's see how they are in facing each other. So really nice left-sided seonage. Just went a little bit too far underneath, so twisted a little bit too far to throw over the Souza. That was a clever move from Borges. And almost throwing over the Souza there. So low seonage. So that really looks quite tight. Borges holding down the Souza. I don't think the Souza is really going anywhere there. So a good win for Borges, and he has a chance to pick up a second bronze medal in the World Championships. But in order to do that, he needs to face the champion of last year, Banitaba, who we just saw losing out against Chu. So just a few contests left on this mat. There's just the one contest left, and another mat is like 2 or 3 maximum. And that will conclude the morning block, and then we will continue with the final block on 4:30 local time. And in the final block, we're going to combine the 2 bronze medal matches, followed up by a final of each weight category, and they are in between the weight categories. We're also going to have the medal ceremonies. So on this mat, it's Borges that just took a win, and on mat number 3, let's find the right paper. But we just saw Gauto taking a win as well. So I think Gauto is also doing really well today of Argentina, and beating some top athletes here today. Only losing out to the finalist Yegli Shame. And he's going to face Dondon Kamani, which is going to be a tough one for him. But he still has a chance of a bronze medal. So for this last contest on mat number 2, we are seeing David Emanuel Gomez of Argentina in white judogi, and he is facing Yonaldi Gonzalez Miyares of Cuba in blue. So Gomez here with a quick lead on this mat against Gonzalez. And it looks like he really wants to finish off this contest quickly, but that's never easy in judo. And it also gives you, if you're too eager, you are more likely to make mistakes. So Gonzalez now trying to work in the ground and holding down Gomez now. Gomez trying to do everything to escape from this osaikumi here. And I think he's gonna manage with that. Just, I think it was on 9 seconds actually that he broke it. But let's see if it's gonna be enough for Iwasari's score. And that would even up the score on the board. So the referees on the side here are checking if the Hosaiki meters hold on for 9 or 10 seconds. And in case of 9 seconds, it's just not enough for Iwasari. So it's a pity for Gonzalez, but he just needed to hold on for 1 more second to even out the score on the board. And that is not the case here. And Gomez now is picking up a penalty for blocking out the grip of the opponent even before they start the hajime. So for me, those are quite unnecessary mistakes normally. And Gomez here working on the arm, and I think he's close to stretching out that arm. But Gonzalez is moving in the right direction here. So Gomez trying everything to stretch over that arm and forcing his opponent to tap out. But I don't think he had Gonzalez in the right direction here. So almost half the contest time gone. Still just the Iwasari lead for Gomez, and it looks like he calmed down a bit. Looking very active in the first 2 minutes, and it is Gonzalez now coming back into this contest with a Iwasari score and now holding down his opponent. And this time he only needs to hold down for 10 seconds, but again he doesn't manage to do that. So Gomez is good in escaping these hold downs of Gonzalez. But it does mean an even score on the board. So strong grip of Gonzalez again. Let's see if we can follow with another one of those great makikomis, but this time I think Gomez saw that it was coming. right-sided Ojigari, but turned into a hip throw almost of Gomez. And getting close to a second score here, so any score here will give these athletes the win. So this time a movement coming from Gomez, but almost taken over by Gonzalez. And still 1 minute 9 seconds off on the clock, so enough time to come up with a good score. And honestly, for me, this really could go either way. Both have come up with good attacks. Ooh, that was really close to a score again from Gonzalez. Nice Makikomi, but then followed up by, I think he was a Koichi Makikomi, and did a good job there, but not throwing over Gomez completely. So another right-sided attempt coming from Gonzalez, but Gomez knows what's coming now, so he's really, well, he doesn't, he's not able to really anticipate on it yet, but he does know how to block it. And the next step would really to try to take over Gonzalez. So 40 seconds left in this really tight contest. And of course both have the score on the board. So either Bazari or Ippon, everything would give them the win. The question is, who is it going to be? And actually both athletes now landing completely on their side, so that's not going to be a score for either of them. But it gives Gomez good work on the ground, and he's getting close to stretching out the arm of Gonzalez. Let's see if there's enough energy left in the tank. And the answer is no, because the referee is stopping that action. So just a few seconds left, and we're likely to see a golden score here in this contest. So that's going to happen now. It's an even score after 4 minutes of contest time. That's it. That's going to be it. Gonzalez is going to take a well-deserved win here after a strong start of Gomez of Argentina. It's Gonzalez Miyares of Cuba who's going to have a chance for a bronze medal here today. So for the under 60 kilogram category, it's Vieira against Ju in the final. And we are going to see bronze medal matches between Borges and Banitaba and Gonzalez and Parmar. So good matches coming up. So this concludes the morning block for this mat and also for the other mats. So I'm hoping to see you back at 4:30 local time for the final block. Thank you for watching.
So please join us back here for the exciting medal contests that will decide who goes home with the gold medal and as world champion. And enjoy the break.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the final block of the first day of competition here of the IBSA World Games 2023 in Birmingham, Great Britain. The atmosphere is great here at the University of Birmingham, which is the venue for these World Championships. And in this final block we will start with the J1 under 60 kilogram category. So the bronze medal matches are taking place at the same time on mat number 1 and 2, followed up by the final on mat number 2. So I will stick with you on this mat for now, and we might show you some action if one bronze medal match is finished, and we might be able to show you the other mat, and otherwise you were able to watch mat number 2 here. So the under 60 kilogram category is followed up by the J1 under 48 kilogram category, and then we will slowly move up the categories, and in between the finals there will be the medal ceremonies as well. So it's 4:30 here, and we're going to start right away with the medal matches for the J1 men under 60 kilogram category. As I said, it's going to show Yonaldi Gonzalez Millares of Cuba in white judogi and Kapil Parmar of India in blue. So we have seen some big surprises during the day, and I will slowly tell you about them. And one of the biggest surprises of today, I think we're going to see in the final of this category. So it's not Kapil Parmar, one of the favorites. It's also, let's see, it's not Henry Borges, it's not last year's champion Banitaba, but we're going to see Zhu Xiwen of People's Republic of China in the finals. But before that's going to happen, we're going to focus on the bronze medal match here. So it's been a really tough category here, and the number 1 seed went through, but before I tell you who that is, let's focus on this bronze medal matches, because these are really counting here. So not only you will have a world medal, but you will win such an important points for qualification for the Paris Paralympic Games next year. And you see that by the number of athletes being present here these few days. So there's 236 athletes from 42 countries competing here. And you will see the athletes now both coming onto the mat. And the referee for in the middle for this one is Fari Seye of Senegal. And as you can sometimes see on the scoreboard, you see the seeds of the people, the world ranking number. So Gonzalez is number 13 of the world ranking and Parmar is number 5. That's why he's the number 4 seed here today. So both athletes make sure that they have a good grip before they start the competition. And we've seen Parmar today struggling sometimes with getting a good attack in. So he has such a strong kumikata, strong grip, but he takes his time to get to a good technique. But I do think this is a good opponent for him, Gonzalez, because Gonzalez is not somebody that also comes in with a lot of techniques. So Parmar was especially struggling with the athletes that had a really high pace during the contests. So first attempt in from Gonzalez. We've seen him doing good makikomi attempts before, but it gives Parmar now time to work on Newaza. So Parmar can be one of the first, or maybe even the first athlete of India to pick up a visual impaired world medal. So the stakes are really high for him here. A nice right-sided Oso Togari coming from Parmar. So Parmar again with a really strong right-sided grip. With that he's controlling his opponents quite well. But he does need to come up with a good attack from that. And here Gonzalez comes up with a good technique, but taken over by Parmar. So Parmar has the first Rosari on the board here. But Gonzalez proven to be difficult to beat even when he was behind on scores on the board. He was facing Rosari behind on the last contest he did as well. But still managed to take a win there. Again, a right-sided Oso Togari. Just stops on the way when he comes in with that attack, but it's so dangerous. He's such a tall athlete, so he has a really long reach with his legs. And now I'm followed up by a Makikomi from Gonzalez, but easily stopped by Parmar. So another good Oso Togari. I think he feels like he's getting closer, Parmar here, but he's not to underestimate his opponent Gonzalez. Gonzalez showed some great techniques during the day. So it's a first penalty now on the board for Gonzalez for being too passive. So it's a little warning for him to get more active during the contest and come up with some good techniques here. And he's trying that right away, just not the best technique. So only 1 minute and 14 seconds left on the clock for Gonzalez to come up with a good score against Parmar. And it's another attempt coming from Gonzalez. Right-sided attempt, but he's really struggling to get close to Parmar here. So Parmar has those long arms that he can put in between him and his opponent. And he just has a much longer reach than his opponent. Getting quite close here, Parmar with a good Oso Togari, but followed up by a technique of Gonzalez. I think that's a good timing from Gonzalez, who's really trying to make use of the movement of Parmar. Just didn't have what it takes to really throw over Parmar, but a good attempt from Gonzalez. another attempt coming from Gonzalez, and he's quite good with that Maki Komis. He just doesn't have enough leverage on Parmar, and it gives Parmar really important time to work in Newaza and burn some time off the clock. Only 15 seconds left, and which will make him a bronze world medalist. So Gonzalez will try everything he can to really come up with some good attacks still. But it's gonna be hard. The time is really ticking away here on the groundwork for Parmar. And he's gonna pick up a bronze medal, and that's really well deserved. He was one of the names I mentioned this morning. After winning some good medals, he now really picks up the most important medal of his career. So after we see the end of this contest, we're going to take a look at what's happening on mat number 1. So here the winner, Kapil Parmar of India. I think it's quite a historic medal here for India. A bronze medal on the world level. So somebody just whispered to me, the IBSA chairman, that it's indeed the first bronze medal, or first ever world medal for India. So really a historic medal here today, and we could see it coming from the last couple of tournaments from Parmar. He's such a great athlete, but this is really the one that counts. But let's take a look at mat number 1 indeed to see what's going on there between Borges and Banitaba. So Banitaba is leading this contest with a Vasari score, but still he already has 2 Shidos on the board, 2 penalties. And if he would pick up another penalty, it would mean he would get a red card. That would basically mean that he loses out this contest. So referee in the middle here is John Rijmakers from the Netherlands. And this can be quite tricky to referee on when there's one athlete that's leading with a Vasari score. He was the one, this athlete was more positive during the contest probably, but now defending on that lead. And Banitama is doing really good things for himself, holding down Borges in the end, but that also means that the time is really ticking away for Borges. And Sayed Meysam Banitaba Koramabadi of Islamic Republic of Iran is picking up a first bronze for his country, and he's adding that to his world title of last year.
On mat 1, the winner and bronze medalist from the Islamic Republic of Iran, Sayed Banitaba Koramabadi.
So with that said, we're soon to be switching back to mat number 2 for the final of this category.
Please welcome our referee from Austria, Roland Koyer.
So referee in the middle for this final will be Roland Poiger of Austria.
For our first finalists in the men's J1 under 50 kilos. And on to mat 2 in blue jewelry. From China, Su Chen. In the white jewelry from Portugal, Miguel Vieira.
So coming on to to the mat in white judogi. It's #1 seed and European para-champion of 2 weeks ago, Miguel Vieira of Portugal. And in blue judogi, it's the big surprise of today, Yu Xuan of People's Republic of China. So Yu Xuan I haven't seen around before, and he's fighting for a world title here. But does he have what it takes to beat Vieira? That's really the one to beat today. He's really in good shape, winning a European title 2 weeks ago. And let's see if he got what it takes to really take the top spot. So we're gonna see that probably during the next couple of minutes from Yu Xuan. He's really quick on his feet and he will continuously keep attacking, and he's bringing a lot of trouble to his opponents. So right-sided Ouchigari followed up by a Tumunage from Yu. And that's his tactic, so he won't let his opponent really get close to him, or well, he's trying to stop his opponents completely from attacking. Another Ouchigari from Yu, but almost pushed over by Vieira. I think Vieira is one of the strongest athletes of the under 60 kilogram category. And this time a Sutami from Yu. So right after the Hajime, right after the restart of the contest, he will be in there with an attack. And that's quite frustrating for all of his opponents up until now in this final. So Vieira also needs to try to come up with an attack himself. So first good attempt coming from Vieira. I don't think he was moving in the right direction for that, so it was quite easily blocked by Yu. But it's a first attack in for Vieira, and it's an important attack, because if he wouldn't have attacked, he was likely to pick up a penalty. And another good attack coming from Vieira. Not being able to score, but it's another good attempt in for him. And a left attack this time from Yu. So only 1 minute into this final and already both have attacked quite a lot. So there's at least 2 good attacks coming from Vieira and maybe 4 or 5 attacks coming from Yu. And he's just really pushing it, Yu. And actually Yu now came in with another attack, but it was not the best moment. And they're both rolling around, so actually Vieira wanted to try to throw over Yu, but almost going on his back himself. And they will definitely take a look at that action to see if that was actually Tachiwaza or Newaza. And because they decided it was newaza, then it's no scores awarded for sure. So both athletes are able to attack, and that's different than I saw before from Ju against Banitaba. So Ju there really was pushing the pace, and Banitaba basically didn't have a chance to really attack. But in this case, Vieira does have some time to attack, and keeping the penalties on 0 and the scores also on 0. This time a really good attempt coming from Judo. That was closest to her score, and Vieira could barely take his body to the other side to not go over completely. So no scores, but this came closest. This time Judo came closest to scoring here. And again, good attack from Ju, but great reaction from Vieira. So he immediately knew where he had to turn to in order to avoid going over, and that was really well done. But it is going to give him his first penalty on the board, and I think that's a good decision from Poiger. So this is the danger for all the opponents from Ju. Ju just being so active and attacking all the time. Another good attempt now coming from Vieira. So Vieira has an interesting way of entering for those low ippon seonages. The only thing he needs to prepare that a little bit better, because he just doesn't have enough leverage on his opponent to really throw over Ju in this case. So it's another attempt coming from Vieira. He's picking up the pace here a little bit. Another attack in from Ju, but this time it's not a really good attack. So he does need to watch out with that in order to not get penalties for false attacks. So it is a really tough final here. 2 minutes into this contest, so the second half of the contest has started. And still it's no scores on the board, just the one penalty for Vieira. And again a really nice seonage coming from Ju, but not being able to score. And again, this time, a similar technique, seonage coming from Vieira. And Vieira does, I think tactically, he is a really clever athlete. He knows what he needs to do in order to avoid getting penalties. And he knew he had to attack there. This time an attack by Ju, but really well defended on by Vieira and trying to take over his opponent. And another seonage again trying to take over by Vieira. So Vieira is starting to get, starting to understand what Ju is doing there and trying to anticipate on that. good action from Judo, but taken over by Vieira on a good moment in this contest. So it's still a minute on the clock, but Vieira is now leading with the Vasari score. So it was Judo in this case, he was trying something else, but taken over by Vieira. So with 1 minute left on the clock, Judo now really needs to take good actions. And I think what Vieira is going to do, you're going to see it right away. He's going to try to defend on his lead. And now trying to work on the ground with Judo. And take some really important time off the clock there, because the time is ticking away for Judo. So as long as there is good progress on Newasa, the referee will let the contest continue. So it's almost half a minute gone for Judo here. So really clever work from Vieira. And another attempt coming from Judo, but not the best attempt. He needs to come up with something different here to really throw over Vieira. Still has some time to come up with a good technique, but I'm not sure that he has what it takes here to really throw over somebody like Vieira here. So only a few seconds left in his final, in the first final of this World Championships. And will Vieira be able to take his first world title here? And I think the answer is yes. And after taking a European title just 2 weeks ago, he's picking up a first world title for Portugal. And I think that really is an amazing result for the #1 seed here today. So it was not given to him easily, and you have all the pressure of being the #1 seed and being the top favorite for today. And beating de Sousa of Brazil, Abdikarimov of Kyrgyzstan, Kapil Parmar of India, and now in the final he beat Zhu Xuan of People's Republic of China. And he's a well-deserved world champion here today.
So we move directly to our next pair of bronze medal contests. Please welcome to the mats our referees.
So we're gonna continue straight away with the bronze medal matches of the under 48 kilogram category for J1 athletes for women. And after the 48 kilogram category, we're gonna show the medal ceremony of the finals that we just saw here.
And now, let's bring our next fighters into the arena. And on to mat 2. And the women's J1 under 48 kilos bronze medal contest in the blue judo gi from Brazil.
So the referee in the middle for this bronze medal contest is Paulina Elizabeth Gonzalez of Mexico. And we're gonna watch a contest between the current Asian champion Gaitkon Kusankizi of Kyrgyzstan. She will be wearing the right judo gi and is already ready on the mat. And she will be facing the number 1 seed of today, Rosicleide de Andrade of Brazil. So really an interesting matchup between these two. And I'm sure when they started today, they both were hoping for a final spot here, but they have to settle for a bronze medal match. And they absolutely don't want to finish next to the podium here today. So a right-sided Seonege coming from Kuzan Kizi to start with, but really well defended by De Andrade. So if Andrade can get close to her opponent, she can have huge hip throws. She just needs to be able to put her arm around the waist, and you could see a hint of that now, of the waist of her opponent. So strong gripping for both of them, and this time Kuzan Kizi could get around the back of Andrade, but not being able to score. So Kuzan Kizi really trying to move around their opponent, and this time throwing over her opponent almost there with a right-sided Ouchigari, but now followed up by a Shimiwaza. And I'm just not sure if that's really under the chin of Rosicleide de Andrade. So Kuzan Kizi picked up a 5th place last year, so she's really, I think, eager to try to pick up a bronze medal. And this time a right-sided Ouchigari throwing over De Andrade by a Wizari. And De Andrade picked up a bronze medal last year, so she can even that result of last year. And in fact, we could still see the exact same podium of last year, if in case De Andrade and Ledis Madura on mat number 1 take a win here today. Ooh, that was interesting. I think that was a Wazari score for De Andrade, just turning Kuzan Kizi on her back. And that really is the thing with Andrade. She's really strong with her hips. So you don't want to really get too close to De Andrade. And I think Kuzan Kizi should go for those low leg techniques, the Ouchigaris, to try to throw over De Andrade. Now De Andrade trying to throw over Kuzan Kizi again with the hip throw, but almost pushed back there. So it's really an evenly matched contest, this one. Both have a Wazari on the board, still 1 minute and 31 seconds left. And actually both for me have been equally dangerous. Right side at Moroto Seonage coming from Kuzan Kizi. And she's really not dangerous to go in. So bringing some threat to De Andrade. So De Andrade is, well, she would need to pick up the pace now. Because Kuzan Kizi came up with some really good attacks here. And it's another attack in for Kuzan Kizi, and I think De Andrade needs to watch out to not pick up a penalty for passivity. Right side at Seonage again, coming from Kuzan Kizi. It was not a good attempt, but still De Andrade went on her knees, so it was getting her off balance. And there it is, the passivity penalty for De Andrade. Nothing really bad is happening for her yet, so it's just a first warning, but she cannot afford to make so much more mistakes. And I think Kuzan Kizi is doing a good job here. So Andrade got really close here to Kuzan Kizi, but Kuzan Kizi didn't want to play that game. And I think that's the good decision to make here. And another right side at Seonage again. It's not the best techniques, but it doesn't matter because she's getting her opponent off balance. And it's another good attempt in. Ooh, and now De Andrade had her quite a good grip there. And let's see if she can get closer. She just is a little bit too late for the actions all the time. And now she's in a hold time. Let's see if Kuzan Kizi can hold on to that for the next 5 seconds. And that would be enough for a win here. Really well done by Kuzan Kizi of Kyrgyzstan. And it's her this year that picks up a bronze medal. So with this contest finished, let's take a look at the contest between Chen Derong of People's Republic of China and Rocio Ledes Maduro of Argentina. So actually they just took off the Wazari score. There was a Wazari score on the board for quite a while now during this contest. But apparently that really wasn't the score. So with 44 seconds left, there's still no scores on the board. So let's see what's going to happen in this bronze medal contest. So it's just the penalty on the board for Ledesma here. She picked up a bronze medal last year in the World Championship, so she really wants to repeat that result. But it's not easy against Chen. And the Chinese team is already doing really well with the silver medal today, and they have some more chances on medals tomorrow for sure with the heavier weight categories. So that was a good movement coming from Cheng. And they're gonna put a Rosari on the board for Ledesma. I would love to see a replay of that. And the referee supervisors on the side may also take another look. So it was Chen that was attacking, and the question is if it was a really good takeover of Ledesma. So the referees on the side just want to make sure that it was a genuine action of Ledesma Dure. If that wasn't the case, if she didn't have enough control or if it was not a real takeover, they will take that Vasari off the board and it's going to be a golden score then. So the referee, in case, because Ledesma is also having a hearing impairment, so he will first write what is decided on their hand. And in this case, the referees on the side also decided that it was enough for a Wazari score. And Ledesma just picks up her second bronze medal. So really well done by Ledesma, and she picks up a good medal for Argentina. So we're gonna see a rematch of the final of the World Championships of last year. And to give you a little reminder, the girl in blue there picked up a world title last year, and she beat Tahsin Kafdar of Turkey. So the referee on the middle for this one is going to be Craig Bartlett of New Zealand. And in the final here today are Esem Tahsin Kafdar of Turkey, and she is facing Natalia Nikolajczyk of Ukraine. It's Tahsin Kafdar in white judogi and Nikolajczyk in blue. So Nikolajczyk is the current world champion. That means that she beat Tahsin in the last world final. And I'm really curious to see if Tahsin figured out a solution and is able to beat Nikolajczyk today, or if Nikolajczyk is picking up her second world title. Nice left-sided seunage coming from Nikolajczyk. left-sided Seonage coming from Nikolajczyk. She just needs to figure out a better response from Tassin because she cannot really get the right position yet to come up with a score. So Ukraine and Turkey are one of the biggest, both quite big judo nations, especially in visual impaired judo. So also in a team competition, they are, well, normally picking up good medals. So it looks like Nikolajczyk with her grips is controlling the contest up until now. Right-sided Seonage, or combination with Osotogari. No scores yet, but getting close to one now. So Nikolajczyk here is controlling the pace of the contest, and Tassin yet has to attack. And honestly, she will be likely to pick up a Shido if she doesn't attack soon. And here it is. It's at least the first attack in. So I think she saves herself from a penalty there. And here is a really nice, really nicely done right-sided technique coming from Nikolajczyk, followed up by Gigi Katame. And she's forcing Tassin Kavdar to tap out here. So it looked like Tassin really wasn't in this contest at all. Nikolajczyk took an easy win here, and what a way to pick up your second world title. She doesn't look too happy with it. I'm not sure if she's realizing that she just became a world champion again.
Sorry about the beginning of that. I was just putting my phone in my pocket and they were suddenly in the middle of that. It happened earlier. I thought I didn't think it was like 3 seconds.
Rahimov. Winner of the bronze medal, representing the Islamic Republic of Iran.
So we have this medal ceremony. You can see it here on the board. The
Banitaba
J1
Koram
under 60 kilograms for men.
Abadi.
And the medals here are awarded by
Winner
Mr.
of the
Igor
bronze
Rahimov,
medal, representing
the IBSA
India,
president.
Kapil Parmar.
Bronze medals today are for Kapil Parmar of India and Syed Meysam Banitaba Koram Abadi of Islamic Republic of Iran.
Winner of the silver medal, representing China, Su Shiwen.
Silver medal goes to Zhu Shiwen of People's Republic of China.
Winner of the gold medal, and 2023 IBSA
And gold
World
medalist
Games
today,
champion,
Miguel
representing
Vieira
Portugal.
of Portugal.
Miguel Vieira.
And it's really an historic gold medal. Never a Portuguese became a
Please
world
rise if
champion
you are able
in,
for the
IBSA
national
Judo.
anthem of Portugal.
And here the national anthem of Portugal.
Birmingham, your medalists.
So happy faces in his first category that has finished today. And it's really an historic day here with Kapu Palmer of India taking a first ever world medal for India. And then we have Miguel Vieira of Portugal who's taking a first gold medal for his country as well. And after this family picture, we will continue with the medal matches of the
Birmingham,
J1
your
under
medalists.
73 kilogram category. So it's really nice to see some other categories. Of course, we were only able to comment on mat number 2. You were able to watch the other matches. But it is nice that we're going to take a look at the J1 under 73 kilogram category. So the under 73 kilogram category has also been an important one and an interesting one. And also here we might see the same podium as last year, although it being mixed up a little bit. So last year bronze medalists were Alex Bologa of Romania, Dongdong Kamani of Italy. Silver medalist was Leonard Sass and gold medalist was Yergli Chame. And it's Leonard Sass that's fighting for a bronze medal now today. Dongdong Kamani also fighting for a bronze medal. So he can repeat
to
his
our
result
next
of last
pair
year.
of bronze
The one
medal
that stepped up
contests.
was Alex Bologa of Romania.
The
He finds
men's
himself in the final
J1
here.
under 73 kilos. Please welcome our referees to the mats. On mat 2, from Spain, Raul Camacho. And on mat 1, from Israel, Ofer Ben-Zvi.
So interesting bronze medals.
now let's
the
bring
one
in our
that
fighters.
are trying to get into
Coming
the
on
mix
to mat
are
2.
Eduardo Gauto of Argentina and Dribilo Jaffa of Portugal. So of course they're looking to sturdy up that podium. So we're gonna watch the contest on mat number 2. So the referee in the middle for this one is Raúl Camacho of Spain. And both athletes are entering the mat right now. It's Eduardo Gauto of Argentina. And he did really well today by qualifying for this bronze medal fight, and he's facing current bronze medalist of the World Championships, Dongdong Kamani of Italy. So Gaoto really surprised me today. I saw some of his contest a little bit from the corner of my eye, and he beat some good people today. First a right-sided Seoinage coming from Kamani. So some first attacks in. So some strong movements from both athletes, but still trying to find a good entrance for an attack and a score. It's Kamani now that came up with an attack, but not being effective yet. And the fact that all of these contests go until the end, so it's not decided by quick ippons, shows a little bit about how tense the contests are and how evenly these athletes are matched. It's all really complicated and really tough contests for these athletes. And really nicely done, some spinning Ouchigari there for Kamani, and now picking up the first Wazari on the board. And in the meantime, Leonard Suss just picked up a bronze medal on this World Championships by beating Iafa. So Kamani in the semi-finals lost out in a really tight contest between him and Alex Bologa after more than 2 minutes in the golden score. And he had some time to recover, but not a lot, because he's fighting already here for a bronze medal and leading with the Wazari. And this time Gaoto, I saw what he was trying to do there, going for a low Ouchigari. Low leg throw, but I think he wasn't in the right position to do that. So Kamani really moving around his opponent, and it's making it difficult for Gaoto to come up with a good technique. And you could see that right here where Gaoto really was trying to come in with a good attack, but couldn't really position his body because of the movements of Kamani. So again, Gaoto is trying to go for that low Ouchigari. Just is not able to get too close enough to the body of his opponent. So this time, not a bad attempt from Goto, but just losing the grip on the way down and almost giving Kamani a huge opportunity to take him over. And it does give him some time to work in Newaza. So if Kamani is able to free up the leg of Goto, he's able to control the top half. The last part didn't work out for him, but in that case he could have gotten a hold down of Goto. It does, however, take some time off the clock. He's still leading with that Wazawi score, and if the time ticks away, he's going to take a win here. So Kamani this time coming in for an attack, but also not getting close enough to his opponent. They are quite well in defending and blocking each other out. And in this case, that's in the benefit of Kamani because he has the Wazawi on the board. He just needs to hold on to that Wazawi score in the next 37 seconds. And Goto is realizing that really well because you just saw him attacking and then straight afterwards standing up. Not interested in Newaza at all. So it's another low Seoinage coming from Goto. But not being successful at that, and he just has 16 seconds left to come back in this contest. So although it would be a good result for him to pick up a 5th place on the World Championships, it's the worst place to finish on because you're just outside of the podium. And that's always a rough feeling because you got so close to a medal here. So Kamani now picking up a first penalty, which is not too disturbing because there's only 4 seconds left, so he's really not likely to pick up 2 more penalties. Just the 1 second left now. And it's an unfortunate ending for a great day from Goto, but it's Dongdong Kamani who is repeating his result of last year, picking up a bronze medal here today. And here you can see a replay of the first Wazawi score, which was enough for the win in the end. So we're going to continue right away with the final of the J1 under 73 kilogram category for men. So the referee for this final in the middle is going to be Katharina Marzok of Germany. And the athletes present here in this final Florin Alexandru Bologa of Romania in white judo gi and Yergeli Shame of Kazakhstan in blue. So as you will see with the red back patch, Yergeli Shame is the current world champion, but Bologa is the #1 seed here today, so it's really an evenly matched final. And I think Bologa was struggling a bit today. That for sure must have be doing something with his nerves. So Shame beat Bologa in last year's World Championships. But Bologa was struggling with an old injury there, so not sure if that's the same result as this year. So Shame also one of the strongest athletes of the field. You could see that in the way he's gripping, in the way he's moving, and the way he's throwing over his opponents in regular cases. You can see Shame has a really strong right-sided stance, and Bologa is one that's normally quite active in the contests. But you can see that Bologa is much more careful than he normally is with getting in with attacks. So he's not taking a lot of risks in his final. So both athletes not being active yet. Both athletes here picking up a penalty for being too passive. So it's a warning from the referee. She's saying, please do attack in this final. And it's another attempt coming from Bologa here, but you can see here the strength of Shame. So he doesn't get into the right position of Shame. Shame is really controlling it with his grips. So Shame is gonna have to start doing something, because the benefit, although it's really small, is for Bologa here. He's the one that put in an attack, and now he put in another good attack. So I think it's good tactics from the Romanian here. And Shame is likely to pick up a second Judo here. So pure tactical contest here. So it's interestingly enough, they only met on one occasion, and that was last year. Here it's another good attack coming from Bologa. And you can see that Shame is actually the physical stronger one. But it's Bologa that's being more tactical in this contest. So Shame can be physically stronger. But that doesn't matter. That's not the deciding factor here in Judo. You need to have also tactical skills. And of course you need to have technical skills. And although Shame is really the strong one, and I know he has great throwing skills in tactical view, the benefit is here for Bologa. So So Chame knows he needs to attack here. And I'm feeling that he's just basically waiting for the attacks of Bologa. But if he doesn't attack soon, he's just going to pick up a third Judo here. And that will be an unfortunate ending for the competition. And it's another attempt coming from Bologa, but again, nothing coming from Chame. So almost 3 minutes into this contest, we are yet supposed to see the first contest, the first attack from Chame. And honestly, if I don't see Chame attacking in the next encounter, I'm really curious what the referees will do then. And it's another good attack in coming from Bologa. And then it's Chame that's trying to work in Newaza, but Bologa is quite good in defending on those techniques of Chame. So they're gonna let it continue, but Chame, I really think he should attack quite soon. So he does something with his legs, with his Ashiwaza, but he doesn't really attack. And it's another attack in coming from Bologa here. And although the attacks are not really dangerous for Chame, it is enough to get him off his game, and Chame just needs to be the first one, and he's taking way too much risk here. And I think I'm not surprised if they're gonna award that third Judo. They're not gonna do that. I think that's also because it's a final, and that really would be an unfortunate ending. So 34 seconds left into this contest. And again, an attack coming from Bologa. So the referee is asking what they will do. So it's a really close contest, and let's see what's going to happen in the next 30 seconds or so. Here it's first, half an attempt coming from Chame, and then another attempt coming from Bologa, but almost blocked and taken over by Chame. So it's a really strong tactical contest of Bologa, I must say, and Chame is being behind on the pace here. So although you haven't seen any scores, I'm really on the edge of my seat here, because this really could go either way. And if it's the case, if Chame can come up with a good attack, because you know if he comes with an attack, it's a really dangerous one. And here is really pushing over Bologa. Bologa already on the one penalty as well, and it's going to be a golden score to decide who will be a world champion here today. So for me, Chame is still looking so strong here. He's trying to break that grip of Bologa, getting over that right side. And here is really putting the pressure on Bologa. And I think Shame might have found a solution here for Beloga. He needs to put that left hand on the top of Beloga. And it's a second penalty now on the board. Beloga got so close to getting Shame on a third penalty. But I think Shame is starting to look a little bit stronger during this last minute. And again, it's a left technique coming from Beloga, but easily blocked by Shame. Shame is, I think, physically the stronger athlete, but still it's quite an open contest, and really it could go either way. That left hand of Shame is so dangerous for Beloga, and Beloga needs to watch out actually that it's not an escape from that left hand and pressure, because that would put him on a third Judo. So either one that wins this final is not getting it for free. So the question is, who can come up with some other technique here? So it is Beloga that's wandering a little bit off the mat area here, but as they are both not having any side, they are a little bit less strict with the rules of wandering off the mat area. And again here, Beloga wandering off the mat area, but so the referee normally gives some time to let them know where they are, but in this case they can really not see where they are, so you cannot really penalize them for that. And again, it's a strong left-sided hand from Shame. And Beloga starting to look more defensive, but here coming up with a good seonage, just losing the grip on the way down. So things are starting to look harder for Beloga here, and Shame is, well, he keeps looking very strong here. So I really think it's the right thing to do from the referee Martzok here, to let them battle it out and see if they can come up with a score. Here a good attack coming from Beloga again. So it is quite interesting because Beloga is the one that's attacking, but also he's under so much pressure, so it's so close to a Judo for either one of them. So let's see what the referee is gonna do here. And she's gonna get a third Judo here for Shame. And Alex Beloga finally has his world title here after winning so many Grand Prix, winning European titles, but never winning a world or a Paralympic title. And here he is winning his first world title. And I think if you look at the contest, Shame has been the stronger athlete, but he didn't come up with any attack. And it's already like 7 minutes in the contest. So at some point you do need to penalize him for being too passive. And I think that is a really emotional hug there. They've been active for so long, and they've had some rough battles. But I think his dream came true. Already picking up 2 bronze medals in the Paralympic Games where the categories were not split yet. So he is one of the strongest athletes on the scene. So the medal ceremony for the J1 under 48 kilogram category, and bronze medals here for Rocio Ledesma-Dure of Argentina and Gaitkon Kusan-Kizi of Kyrgyzstan. Silver medal goes to Eysem Tassin Kavdar of Turkey. And the double world champion gold medalist today is Natalia Nikolajczyk of Ukraine. So now the national anthem of Ukraine.
Birmingham once again. For Ukraine, the world anthem.
So here the family picture together with the presenter of the medals today, Yoko Tanabe, two-time silver Olympic medalist. And after this family picture with smiling faces, we're going to continue with the J2 under 48 kilogram category. So that concludes the J1 categories for the blind and almost completely blind, and we're going to continue with the J2 category, which is for the partially sighted athletes. And it's first starting up with the 48 kilogram category, which was really actually a rough battlefield, especially in the top half of the contest sheet, with both a Paralympic and a world champion in, and also a former Paralympic champion who you see on the right side here with the blue judo gi on. And the same can be said for Cameron Grusik of Swiss. So the referee on the middle for this bronze medal is Zhang Gangju Diana of People's Republic of China. So in white judogi here, Carmen Brusik of Swiss, and she is facing in blue judogi Sandrine Aurieres Martinez. So these two athletes, they do know each other, and they faced each other before. So both of these athletes are really experienced athletes and still active in this World Tour and today on the World Championships. So Sandrine Martinet, 40 years of age and winner of the World Games in Atlanta back in 2011 already, 11. Silver medalist on the Paralympic Games of Athens in 2004. So she's been around for almost 20 years now. And also picked up a Paralympic gold medal before, back in Rio de Janeiro in 2016. First Yoko Tumanage from Martinet. And actually doing really well here, pushing, keep pushing on the ground. And she's getting really close to an hold down, and I don't think Carmen Brusik will have an answer for that. And that looks really tight there, and she needs to hold on to that for a few more seconds, but Carmen Brusik just tapped out. She said she had enough here, and it's Aurieras Martinet picking up another bronze medal to add to her collection. So Brusik already 46 years of age. And if we go back with her, we can go back to the European Championships in Vlaardingen in 2005. And when this is finished, we're going to take a look at mat number 1 to see what's going on there in the contest between Shahana Hajijeva of Azerbaijan and Kahit Eke of Turkey. It's Hajijeva in white judogi and Eke in blue. So Eke is in top shape here today, throwing over Hajijeva with a Vasari score here. Still almost half the contest time gone, so it's really not over yet. But for sure, Eke is absolutely on fire today, beating Carmen Brusik in her second round. And just losing out to Ivan Itska in the semi-finals, but also doing a good job there. So the referees are checking what is going on in this contest. So they're going to take off the Vasari. So it's an even score on the board, no penalties, no scores on the board yet. But Eke is looking strong when we started to watch this one. Now almost turning over her opponent on the ground. So good, strong right-sided grip now from Hadjidjeva. Should give some opportunities, but not the best way to make use of that with a Sutemi attempt. But that was easily stopped by Eke. So strong right side at Seonage, almost throwing over Eke there. So quick work from here from Hadjidjeva. So right after the Jime Hadjidjeva is getting in with some good techniques again with the right side at Seonage. And getting closer to a score with Eke. So the balance is tipping over to Hadjidjeva's side now, but no scores yet on the board. So it's a really tough contest for these athletes. And 1 minute left on the clock, but no scores yet. And I feel this could really go either way. And left Seonage this time from Hadjidjeva, but followed up by trying to follow up by Shimewaza Eke, but the lapel was over the chin of Hadjidjeva. So in case the referee sees that, it's immediately stopped. So Eke trying to come up with some techniques, but they're not looking as strong as they did before. And it's been a long day for these athletes. They already have a few fights under their belt, so they are gonna start to be tired now. And you can see that in the judo as well. So right side at Seonage again from Hadjidjeva. She can go both ways, so right and left. So again, a little bit slightly better grip from Hadjidjeva. She just cannot finish it off here. But Eke is slowly starting to go down in this contest. So it's another left-sided Seonage, but not the best attempt from Hajijeva. But still, she's forcing Eke to defend on that. So Eke was looking so strong when we started to watch this, but she is starting to go down and struggling with the pace of Hajijeva. There's just no penalties also on the board. So best way to solve this is just to come up with a score. So it's another attempt from Hajijeva. For me, that's not really a real attack to throw over your opponent. But there's not much coming from Eke as well. So Eke now just picked up her first penalty for being overly defensive here. Another right-sided technique coming from Hajijeva. It's been Hajijeva all over for the last 2 minutes. And Eke really needs to pick up the pace here and try to find some other energy. And another attempt from Hajijeva. But I feel like Hajijeva's really struggling today. I haven't seen her, well, I have seen her in better shape in other competitions. It's not the best day ever, but still, even if it's not the best day, to be able to walk away with the bronze, she would like to do that. This is the problem here. You cannot just put an attack for an attack and then get yourself in danger. But I feel like there's no gas left in the tank of Kait Eke of Turkey. So Tumenage coming from Eke, first attempt after, well, around 2 minutes. But right away it is quite a good attack. Eke almost making a mistake there with her Tumenage sacrifice technique and ending up in Osaigumi. Didn't happen in the end, but it's a little warning for her here. Well, she is warned twice already. She has 2 penalties on the board. So I would say the benefit in this contest is for Hajijeva, but on the other hand, the attacks from her are not too dangerous. And Eke cannot come up with something dangerous and might be able to pick up a score on the way. So another sacrifice technique coming from Eke, but this time also not the best one. And it has all to do with the stamina of the athletes. And Hajijeva is quite smart with those attacks, because in the end Eke still needs to go down to the ground while the attacks are not even too strong. She is managing to get her opponents off balance. So here you see the judo technique and the skill is going down, and this all has to do with the fatigue of this both athletes. But they still have to decide who is the winner of this match and the bronze medal. And it's really a question of how bad you want it. And that's going to be enough for the win here. Oh, Uchigari. And actually trying to hold on. I think that's always a smart way to do, because in the end your opponent, or it can still not be a Rosari, and if you give up that hold down, you might be giving away a win there. But Hadjijeva did the right thing, holding down her opponent and bringing home a bronze medal. So I don't think Hadjijeva had her best day, but still then, what I said earlier, she's walking away with a bronze medal on a not so great day. So that must give her some confidence for the future. For this final of the J2 under 48 kilogram category for women, we're gonna see two of the top athletes here today. The referee here in the middle is gonna be Olivier Desroses of France. And in white judogi here, the current and leading world champion Akmaral Nawatbek of Kazakhstan, and she will be facing Yulia Ivanitska of Ukraine. It's Nawatbek in white judogi here and Ivanitska in blue. So Nawatbek, one of the stronger athletes in the category, but also judo skill. She has great judo skill, tactical skill. She's quite a complete athlete. And let's not forget about her Newaza work. So she will try to really take the win on a Newaza as well. She's trying to do that right here. She has such strong turnovers on the ground. And that's going to be over before we know it. So she's holding down her opponent in the first 30 seconds of this contest already. And she needs to hold on to that for 20 seconds in order to win this final. And she really outclassed all of her opponents today. So it's a gold medal here for Kazakhstan. And it's a second gold medal for her.
The winner and gold medalist from Kazakhstan,
So quick final here. And Akmaral Nawatbek made sure that she proved that she is the real world champion. And now she can call herself a double world champion. So we're going to continue to go to the medal ceremony of J1 under 73 kilogram for men. And the presenter of the medals will be Joe Walsh, who is the IBSA vice president. So bronze medals here today are for Lennart Sass of Germany and Dongdong Kamani of Italy. So both won medals last year, just in another color. The same color for Kamani and a different one, a bronze medal in this case for Lennart Sass. Silver medal goes to Yergeli Shameh of Kazakhstan. And gold medalist and world champion today is Florin Alexandru Bologa of Romania. And now the national anthem of Romania. Already well underway in this final block today here in the first day of the IBSA World Games and IBSA Judo World Championships. And I hope you're going to stick with us for the next few contests. So we still have 3 more categories to bring to you here. It's the under 60 J2, the under 57 J2 for the women, and the under 73 J2 for men to finish off the day. And here you are seeing the athletes getting ready for their bronze medal contests. So if you could see this category today, you for sure have seen a big surprise here. But we'll get to that later in the final. We're first going to focus on the bronze medal contests. For me, it's also really interesting to watch these contests because we weren't able to see much of the competition of this category. So again, we're going to focus on mat number 2, and the referee there is going to be Tommy Thornton of Canada. And in white judogi here, it's Ishak Ultkourder of Algeria. And in blue, Sherzod Namazov of Uzbekistan. And Namazov is a former Paralympic champion, if I'm not mistaken. Ultkourder also medalist of World Championships. So 2 athletes that know what it means, like what it is to win world medals. So Uit Koider, one of the taller athletes in the category, you can see that right away. And then Namazov actually is quite a small athlete. So I'm really curious to see how that plays out in this contest. So Namazov has great ashiwaza, he has great footwork and foot sweeps. The thing is that I'm not sure if he can reach Uit Koider so well. And he's now trying to work on the arm of Uit Koider, and that looks quite problematic for Uit Koider here. So Namazov is both working on the arm of Uit Koider as well as on the legs. So if he can control that top half and free up that leg, it could be a Osaikimi hold down. And he just freed up that leg, but then lost it again. So good defense from Uit Koider, but that must have been tough for him to defend on that. So great start for Namazov, and Uit Koider is warned here. And here you could see some of the great footwork of Namazov, almost throwing over Uit Koider. So the first minute for sure, the balance is tipped over to Namazov's side. He came up with some great techniques already. So let's see if Uit Koider has an answer for that. Oh, wow. Completely throwing over Uit Koider. That was unexpected for me. So Namazov has such a strong start in the first minute with almost forcing Uit Koider to tap out. After that, throwing over almost Uit Koider, but Uit Koider came back with a great Tayotoshi here. And he's picking up another world medal to add to his collection. Yeah, really beautifully done by Uit Koider. And with that said, we're going to take a look at mat number 1 to see the rest of the contest between Lee Minjai of Korea and Anwar Sariev of Kazakhstan. So working on the feet here. So Sariev almost had a perfect position there for Jusut Kruma. So it's half the contest time gone exactly, so 2 minutes still on the clock. And it's no scores or penalties yet on the board. So tight gripping from Lee, but he needs to do something with that. And he's the taller athlete of the two, so he's able to put some pressure on Sariev. So another attempt coming from Lee. Didn't look like he was going to go on with that. That's really textbook left side at Uchimata. Great stuff coming from Sariev. And for me, that was one of the most beautiful throws of the tournament. And it's another medal for the Kazakhstan team. They're doing really well today. Already picking up a gold, silver and bronze medal.
And so we move directly to our final, the final of the men's J2 under 60 kilos. Please welcome our referee from Algeria.
So when I was talking about a big surprise, I was talking about the men we're going to see in the white judogi coming onto the mat area soon. And he didn't, well, he hasn't picked up such a big medals in the past, but he will for sure pick up the biggest medal of his career up until now. So the referee in the middle for this mat is going to be Taklit Kasmi of Algeria. And in white judogi here we have first-time finalist Nukri Migri of Georgia. And in blue judogi, the top favorite of today, Kamran Nurilayev of Uzbekistan. So Nurilayev has been active in the IJF, in the sighted judo as well, and doing really well there. But also classified as a visual impaired athlete, so he's been active here and being able to win all his matches, not only today but also in other competitions. So is Migri Jinashvili is gonna take the biggest surprise of today by beating top favorite Nurilayev? So the referee is making sure they stand up straight before they can restart the contest. And nice Yoko Toshi coming from Nurilayev, but bringing Nurilayev in trouble here. So Migri Janashvili is struggling. It's frustrated, but it was a completely correct action of the referee here, because the lapel was over the chin of Nurilayev, and in that case, it's a right way. It's a mate. But you can see that Migri Janashvili is in a great shape today with this quick reaction. So Nurilayev is definitely trying to find some space for a technique here. So both athletes get a penalty here. For me, Nurilayev looked a bit more active and more positive in the contest, but he definitely didn't attack in a big way. So in order to avoid a penalty, you should come up with a big attack. So Yoko Tomonagi attack from Nurulayev, but also not too strong. But actually Dmitry Janashvili looks really strong for me today. The only thing is that he needs to push the pace himself. So he's now mostly defending on Nurulayev's moves. So another Yoko Tomonagi of Nurulayev, this time getting a bit closer to a score. So for sure, Dmitry Janashvili is the one that's putting most pressure on Nurulayev today. So another attempt coming from Nurulayev. I feel like Nurulayev also doesn't want to take big risks against Dmitry Janashvili. He knows when he comes in big, he also has the threat of being taken over. So with those low attacks, you're having a smaller risk of being taken over actually. So here a strong left-sided grip of Dmitry Janashvili. So it's really an evenly matched final here. 1 minute 39 seconds left on the clock. And actually Nurulayev is going to pick up his second Judo here for a wrong grip. So he grabbed in the sleeve or close in the sleeve of Dmitry Janashvili. And here another attack from Nurulayev, but a quick reaction from Dmitry Janashvili. So it's another attacking from Nurulayev, but for sure he's struggling in this final. And if you would give this final on paper, I would say Nurulayev is really the top favorite here. But if you look at this result, it's getting quite close. But this was a good left-sided Uchimata coming from Nurulayev. So a second Judo now on the board also from Dmitry Janashvili. So either of these athletes that make the tiniest mistake will give away this final. Ooh, that was close also. Not sure if that was an Ippon score actually. I don't think they're gonna give that as an Ippon score. But let's see what will happen there. Yeah, for me that was clearly that wasn't an Ippon actually. So it's Wazari on the board, and that's going to make this last minute so interesting because also Nurulayev cannot really afford a Wazari score or afford any mistake, so he cannot get overly defensive on that Wazari. So there's still a good chance for Dmitry Janashvili to come up with a win here. So another attack in from Nurilayev. I don't think he was in the right position, but could avoid Migri Janashvili from taking over. So another attacking from Nurilayev, but he needs to watch out to not make any mistakes. Wow, yeah, here he shows why he really is the top favorite here today. I think Migri Janashvili did such a great job. And he really brought some threat to Nurilayev, but he didn't have an answer for this one. So it's a gold medal for Uzbekistan. And if you look at the gold medals today, it's for Portugal, Ukraine, Romania, Kazakhstan, and now Uzbekistan. It shows something about the diversity of this competition. So we're going to go to the medal ceremony for J2 athletes of the 48 kilogram for women. And the presenter for the medals here is Mr. Aydun Anapin, Vice President of Kazakhstan Blind Association. And bronze medals are for Shahana Hajijeva of Azerbaijan and Sandrine Aurieres Martinet of France. Silver medal goes to Yulia Ivanitska of Ukraine. And gold medalist and world champion Akmaral Nawadbek of Kazakhstan. And now the national anthem of Kazakhstan. So after the family picture of the women under 48 kilo for J2 athletes, we're going to continue with the J2 athletes for women under 57 kilogram. And that also had some surprises in there, because it's Ina Sik and Zeynep Selik that have been dominating this weight category for the last few years. But Ina Sik took a surprising loss here today against Kumushkon Kodjaeva of Uzbekistan. But Zeynep Selik, who is the current world champion, she didn't make any mistakes here today, and we will see her later in the final against Kodjaeva. But before that happens, we're going to see bronze medal contest between Hirosa Junko of Japan and Diana Fedosova of Kazakhstan. And also we're going to see a bronze medal match between Ramona Brusik of Germany and Ina Sik of Ukraine. So athletes here are ready, and if you were paying some attention, we just saw the sister of Ramona Brusik ending up on a 5th place. So Ramona Brusik for sure wants to change that and wants to pick up a bronze medal. So her sister being active in the under 48 kilogram category and representing Swiss, but Ramona Brusik representing Germany here.
Coming on to the mats in the women's J2 under 57 kilos bronze medal contests. On mat 2.
So we're going to focus on mat number 2. And the referee in the middle for that one is Roland Peuger of Austria. So wandering to the mat area now in white judogi, Ramona Brusik of Germany, and in blue, Ina Sik of Ukraine. And I think the favorite here is Ina Sik. She came back after giving birth a few years ago, and that's why she missed out on the last Paralympic Games. Before that she was almost unbeatable, let's say, and now that has changed a bit over the last few years. Taking a loss against Zeynep Selik in the past, but now also losing out against Kodjaeva. But still, she's one of the top favorites for each competition. So first attempt from Brusik, but actually rolled over by Sik as he's trying to finish it off on the ground. But as they are outside of the mat area, the referee calls the mate. So another attempt from Brusik, but now this time trying to be taken over by Sik by a strangle. Yeah, that was also on the chin, so right away stopped by the referee again. So Sik is a really big thrower. But I think Brusik is actually doing a good job here by coming in first with her attacks. And well, it was not the biggest throw, but it was a good throw from Sik, and Brusik here landed flat on her back. So it is Sik that's going to take home the bronze medal here, and Brusik, like her sister, is going to finish with a 5th place, for unfortunately enough for her. And here you're going to see it again, Uchimata, and there was not much defense from Brusik, and hoping. Yeah, we're going to take a look at mat number 1 to see the action there and see what's going on in the contest between Hirose Junko of Japan and Diana Fedosova of Kazakhstan. Fedosova of Kazakhstan, always a very active athlete. She's always looking quite busy. So Hirose also always there and around in the 57 kilogram category. So both these athletes have won bronze medals last year, so only one of them can repeat that result. So the referee here, Olivier de Roos, is making sure that both athletes have the correct kumikata and stand upright and have their feet in one line before they can start again. So Fedosova already on 2 Shidos, so she knows she really has to attack. And she's really going for it here. So left-sided Morote Seonage from Hirose, but she was blocked by Fedosova there. She was in a perfect position actually. There was too much space between her and the body of Fedosova. So Hirose is in this case the first one that can choose her grip. Sometimes they really disturb each other with their grip, so in that case white can pick first and then blue can pick after that, and it will change either cycle. So Hirose is doing a really good job with controlling with those left kumikata, left grip. And Fedosova is struggling to get through that and come up with a good technique. So Hirose with that left arm is keeping Fedosova at a distance, while Fedosova really wants to have that right arm over the top of Hirose. So clever tactical work from Hirose here. So as Fedosova is already on 2 Shidos, she is in risk of getting a third penalty, and I think that's just really tactical work from Hirose. Fedosova couldn't really get to a good attack. She was really trying, It's not that she was passive, but she just didn't come up with a big technique. So it's another bronze medal for Hirose here. So can Komushonjaeva of Uzbekistan do something about the strength of Zeynep Çelik of Turkey? That is the big question here today. Zeynep Çelik took a loss 2 weeks ago against Ina Sik. Quite unfortunate loss for her, a quick loss. And going over with the Nippon, and there was no really comeback from that. But here she is today, back in the final. And the red backpatch tells you that she is the current world champion. So it's a chance for Kodjaeva of picking up a second gold medal for Uzbekistan, and Çelik can try to pick up a first gold for Turkey here. Referee here in the middle is Hirano Hiroyuki of Japan. That's a good Wazari score here right away in the opening seconds for Çelik. And she is so strong with her body posture, with everything, you can see that. So quick work for Çelik and getting a good advantage for her on the board. Oh, that was looking threatening. Coming from Kodjaeva. Oh, and almost throwing over again. So I'm not sure if this final is going to take very long if it continues like this. Both athletes have big throwing skills. Not a good attempt, but almost taken over by Çelik. And a right-sided Uchimata attempts coming from Kodjaeva. And also looking very strong in this contest. So both really are big throwers, and that should mean firework, and we have already seen that in the first minute. And let's see how the next 3 minutes will go. So strong gripping for both athletes. Both have a left work. So they have a left grip far over the top, and they are not afraid to get close to each other. So Çelik now is picking up a penalty for being too passive. I don't think that's going to last very long, so she is going to come up with some good attacks. Ooh, and that looks strong from Kojiaeva, that actually looked like she was going for an armbar, arm lock there. So again, strong left-sided grip, basically from both athletes. You can see that they are struggling with that both, and Kojiaeva actually looks really strong in this one. And it's a nice change of direction, so she grabs on the left side, but then can change to the right side quite quickly. So now Shelik has a really strong grip. And she is a little bit more careful than in the opening second. So she felt there with her Uchimata that she was close to being taken over. So she's not going to really take that risk if it's not necessary. Again, left-sided Uchimata coming from Shelik. And trying to follow up with the adjusted Katkuruma. So now it looks a bit untidy from both athletes, so they first have to get a really good grip on in order to be dangerous. So right-sided attempt coming from Kojiaeva. She just had the leg too high. Ooh, and that's another attempt from Kojiaeva, but almost taken over by Shelik again. So Shelik does start to look a bit more fatigued now, which is quite normal after such a long day. And knowing that she's just 1 minute away from defending on her world title. And another good left hip movement from Shelik. So the referee is going to take another look at what happened there, and I'm interested to see that again as well. So the question is maybe if it was already the arm block was on. If you go from standing to Newaza, that would mean a Hansukomake for Shelik. But I'm really not sure if that was the case here. So So the referee supervisors here, they are taking their time to take a good look at the replay. They will try to do that from different angles. And in this case, Koja Eva tapped out. And we weren't able to see that from this angle maybe. But it was a legit arm block. And Selik just picked up her second world title here. And it's the first world title gold medal for Turkey as well. So for the category men under 60 J2 athletes, Anwar Sariev of Kazakhstan just picked up his bronze medal. And another bronze medal is there for Ishak Ulkouder of Algeria. So a silver medal here goes to Nukri Nigridinashvili of Georgia. And world champion today and gold medalist Kemran Nuriliayev of Uzbekistan. And the medal is being awarded by Sally Barker, chair of the British Blind Sports Federation. And now the national anthem of Uzbekistan. So we have one more weight category to bring to you, and it's really a good one. I hope you stick with us for the J2 under 73 kilogram category for men. And we have another finalist there defending his world title, but it's really going out with a bang because it's going to be the world champion against the Paralympic champion. So the under 73 kilogram today was the biggest category with 24 athletes. And we had both the Paralympic champion and the world champion competing here today, and both winning all their fights. So the referee on mat number 2 in the middle is going to be Taklit Kasmi of Algeria. And we're going to watch the bronze medal contest between Rufat Magomedov of Ukraine in white judo gi, who is also a bronze medalist of the last Paralympic Games in the 73 kilogram category. And he will be facing Olzas Orazalyuli of Kazakhstan in blue. So nice Sode movement from Magomedov. Ooh, that was a really nice left or right-sided Kouchi coming from Magomedov. Not sure if that was enough for Wazari. Maybe it was because Orazalyuli came with his hand. He touched the mat. So in that case, it's a Wazari score. So for sure they're going to take a look at that from the side to make sure it was a proper Wazari score, and otherwise they're going to cancel that Wazari off the board. So they decided to take the Wazari off the board. Not enough there, but a good attempt coming from Magomedov. And actually I've seen Magomedov doing that multiple times. He's really breaking the grip. And he needs to attack right away with that. So he in the past he was picking up some penalties for that. Another Ouchigari here, this time for Magomedov, and really trying to overpower Orazalyuli. And I've seen this a bunch of times from Magomedov. having a really strong start, but he cannot keep on this pace for 4 minutes in total. That's going to be really rough for him. But I really like the way he moves forward. He's not afraid to go in for 100%. So Arazayuli now trying to go over the right side of Magomedov. But Magomedov is proving to be someone that's hard to control here. Arazayuli trying everything to get close to his opponent. So Magomedov looks like he took a little hit in the last encounter. So strong kumikata and gripping. And to give you an update on mat number 1, Nathan Petit just threw over his opponent Bereikis here. And I've seen Bereikis in Rotterdam and he didn't have his best day there, but today he fought so well. So it's unfortunate to him that he finishes up with a 5th place, but great work from Nathan Petit, picking up his 2nd medal in 2 weeks' time, and this time a bronze medal on the World Championships. Now trying to go for an adjusted katakuruma, Magomedov, but getting into trouble on the ground. Just not sure. Yeah, I don't think Arazayuli had a good position in the end. So just a Shido on the board for Magomedov. And it's a really tough battle for these two athletes. So the team of Kazakhstan is asking for a Wazari score here. But in the meantime, Arazayuli is just working and keeps working on the ground and trying to remove that leg. And if he can free up that leg, he will be able to get an Osaikimi hold down. And again, Magomedov looks like he's in trouble. But this happens a lot of time in judo, that they don't control the top half of the body, so they're so busy and have so much attention and focus on freeing up that leg that they forget about the top half. And it gives the opponent time to get away from the hold down. So it's a second penalty here on the board for Magomedov. And he's not unfamiliar to picking up some penalties during the contest. That happens a lot of times for him. But he manages to come out with a win in many cases. Ooh, that was not a good move from Magomedov. Really falling down on the ground. And that's gonna be it. Magomedov is laughing about it, but he was just escaping the pressure by falling on the ground there. And Orazoyuli didn't have to really come up with the technique here. And he's shaking his head, but it's just, these are the rules of judo. You cannot just escape pressure of your opponent like that. So Olzas Orazoyulu is picking up already his third world medal. He became a world champion back in Lisbon in 2018 in the under 60 kilogram category. He had to move up after 2021, and he did that to the under 73 kilogram category. And last year he picked up a bronze medal in the World Championships of Baku as well, and now he picks up another good bronze medal. And that brings us to the last contest of today, before we're going to have two more ceremonies to bring to you. So the referee in the middle for this one is Raúl Camacho of Spain. And in the white judogi here is Wahid Jedi, current world champion of Islamic Republic of Iran. And in the blue judogi, Feruz Sayedov of Uzbekistan, who is the current Paralympic champion. And if you know the family of Sayedov, you will know that they are quite successful at judo. You can look that up on the internet. And Sayedov is one of the brothers that is quite successful in this case in visual impaired judo, and already a Paralympic champion. He's also a world champion of Lisbon back in 2018. And picked up a bronze medal at the Paralympic Games of Rio de Janeiro. So he is already experienced and a really top athlete. But then again you have Wahid Jedi, who is the current world champion. Left-sided Seonage coming from Sayedov, and he's doing a good job there. And a good response from Jedi, I guess, here, because Sayedov was controlling that arm of Jedi quite nicely. And it brings Jedi on the first penalty for being too passive. So just a small warning for the referees. They normally do that after around 40 seconds to give a warning to the athletes. So both have to watch out to not kick too hard there. And here it's another Yoko Tomonage coming from Sayedov. He's the one that is more active during this contest. And I think that was also the tactical plan for Saidov, because if you give Jetty some room for one of his big throws, he's going to be very dangerous. So smart work from Saidov. So Jetty yet has to attack. And he does that right here with the left-sided Oso Tagari. Just doesn't continue with that. And this time our left-sided Uchimata coming from Saidov. Well, they're going to check if he didn't go to the ground with his head there, and that would be such an unfortunate ending of the day, honestly. And I'm really hoping that that was not the case here, because it's really one of the top finals we're going to see during this competition. Ooh, and we're going to see a replay of that, and I'm really... I'm thinking that this is going to happen for Saidov here, that he's going to get a Hansukumake here. So he's going to get away with that. So if he turns his head enough, so if he's not really going with his head in the ground, his head can still touch the ground at first, but that can also be of the movement of his opponent. So in that case, it wasn't a illegal move, let's say, and he doesn't get a Hansukumake. But he needs to watch out with that, because I know his moves, and with his Uchimata, he can be looking like his head goes down first, so he's doing a head dive. And let's hope he doesn't take that risk again. Right-sided Soda attack coming from Saidov. And again, it's Saidov that is attacking. So for me, I wouldn't be surprised if Jetty will pick up a second penalty for passivity here. So it's not the case yet. So it sometimes reminds me a little bit, although their styles are quite different, it reminds me a little bit of the final between Shame and Bologa. Again, there also Shame was the one that was really strong and waiting a long time. And then Bologa was attacking all the time. And it's the same case here between Jetty and Shame. And this was the first attack in actually from Jetty. So both athletes will try to find some room. Ooh, and that is going over there. So a good attack coming from Jetty. So a first score on the board. And this was also the case with Shame. I think when he would come for an attack, it would be a strong one. And the same thing counts for Jetty. When he is attacking, he is such a strong athlete. Here you can see. And he turns into a Makikomi in the end and throwing over Saidov. And he is for sure going to try to do that again. And that is actually a good technique for Saidov. He just needs to control that other arm. So his one arm that he pushes up, he has in a perfect position. But he doesn't have control over the other arm of Jetty. And Saidov really needs to get going now. And Saidov now is really in a difficult position. He looks completely controlled, and he's going to tap out there, and Jetty is going to pick up a second world gold medal here. And that concludes a really interesting first day of the individual competition, because there is no country that was able to pick up 2 gold medals. They were all separated over 7 countries. And to name them, there are Portugal, Ukraine, Romania, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkey, and the Islamic Republic of Iran. And one of them stands out because it's the Portugal that picked up their first ever gold medal during these IBSA championships. And all the other countries actually already picked up medals and or world medals. So we're gonna have 2 more medal ceremonies to bring to you before we really conclude the day. So the medals here are presented by Janos Tardos, who is the IBSA Judo chairman. And bronze medals here today goes to Hiroso Junko of Japan and Ina Sik of Ukraine. Silver medalist today is Kumushon Kodjaeva of Uzbekistan. And gold medalist and world champion today, Zeynep Çelik of Turkey. And now the national anthem of Turkey. So we have one final category to bring to you for the medal ceremony, and I'm hoping that you really enjoyed this day. It was a long day with a lot of packed categories and medals for 7 different countries, for gold medals, let's say. Tomorrow we have another day of competition to bring to you, the individual competition, and the day after that we still have the team competition to bring to you. athletes are already, I see them coming onto the medal podium, or they're walking towards the medal podium. And we saw a lot of Paralympic champions and world champions competing here today. And some of them could defend their title here. And one of them will be on the gold medal podium here today. And the other one is Selik of Turkey, Nawatbek of Kazakhstan, and Nikolajczyk of Ukraine. They all were able to defend their world titles. So the medals here are going to be rewarded by Sarah Alvarez, IBSA Judo Sports Director. And the bronze medals today are for Nathan Petit of France and Olzas Orazalyuli of Kazakhstan. Silver medal goes to Feruz Sayedov of Uzbekistan. And gold medalist today and double world champion representing Islamic Republic of Iran, Wahid Jadi. And now the national anthem of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So that concludes day number 1 of the individual competition here at the IBSA World Games in Birmingham. Thank you all for watching, and I'm of course hoping to see you back tomorrow, and it's bye bye for now.